Okay. I think we're going to get started. We're hooked up, ready to go. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. It is so nice to see you here this morning. My name is Kent Schlichtemeier, and it is my privilege to serve as the Dean of the School of Education here at Concordia University, Irvine. And it's my pleasure to welcome you to our campus this morning. What a glorious day it is. We're so happy you're here. We've got about 80 people here on campus and over 100 online with us this morning. I want to tell you, Concordia University was founded in 1976. We opened up our doors in 76, primarily to prepare pastors and teachers to become exemplary leaders in schools and churches around the world. And we are so blessed to have had a chance to work with thousands of students who have been eager to become teachers, teachers like yourselves who want to advance their careers with their master's or their doctoral degrees. And we are very, very thankful that you're part of our program here at Concordia University, and we pray that you're happy and are enjoying your educational experience here. I want to tell you that one of my hobbies, I guess what I do on the side, is I love to read. And I try to read a lot of books on leadership, and I also try to intersperse my reading with biographies on famous people. I have sure enjoyed reading about Jeff Bezos, the founder of Amazon, the talented Elon Musk, the founder of Tesla, Steve Jobs, founder of Apple. I just recently read a book on Bob Hope and Neil Armstrong. Just finished a book on Neil Armstrong and Sam Walton, founder of Walmart. And it's amazing, as you read about successful people, they all share a common ingredient, and that is they have a relentless pursuit of getting better. They try to get better. They never settle for where they're at in their careers or in their professional development. The Japanese have a term to describe this. It's called kaizen. Kaizen is a Japanese concept which means the relentless pursuit of improvement. And I want to tell you, all of us at Concordia University in our School of Education have embraced this concept of kaizen. We strive, we're eager to improve. No initiative is too small to be considered to be significant here in our School of Education. We are really thirsty for learning details on how we can enhance the experience, the educational experience for students like you. So we are eager to hear from you at any time in your journey here at Concordia University. We have about 17 people here from our faculty and staff today. We would love to hear from you. Things that are working, things that we can do to get better. We are thirsty for that kind of information, as our quest is to improve the educational experience for students like yourselves. And so I guess we all share a common bond this morning in that we all embrace Kaizen. I mean, this is Saturday morning, it's 8 o'clock in the morning, right? And here you are trying to get better. Okay, and we are in for a real treat today as we hear our speaker, Julie Adams. I've had the privilege of hearing her speak before, and she is eager to share with us some of her wisdom on effective leadership. And so we're in for a real treat this morning. And so I applaud you for your dedication to getting better. I read recently that excellence is not so much a function of brilliance or hard work even as it is attention. Excellence is a focus on attention to details. And again, I want you to know that School of Education, we're attentive to the details as our vision is to become a distinctive school of education that attracts, equips, and supports great servant leaders for today's public and private schools. So we're really glad you're here. And I wonder if you would join me this morning before I introduce our next staff member, our next faculty member who's going to speak to you a little bit this morning. I wonder if you'd join me in a word of prayer this morning. Dear Heavenly Father, we come before you today and we thank you for this beautiful day. It is truly the day that you have made. We rejoice and we're very glad in it. Lord, we thank you for calling each one of us into the teaching profession, the teaching ministry. And we ask that you would help us in our quest to get better as professionals for the sake of those young students that we see in our classrooms and our schools every day. We ask that you bless this symposium. May it give us ideas on how to become more effective leaders for, again, the sake of those students that you place in our care. And we just thank you for this time together in this glorious day. And it's in your name we pray. Amen. So now it's my pleasure to introduce to you a very dear friend of mine, a colleague, Dr. Tanya Tarbutton, who is the director of our master's program here in the administrative credential program. So Dr. Tarbutton.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I have the pleasure right now, I'm going to quickly turn this microphone over. I have the pleasure of introducing my friend, Darlene Messinger. Darlene comes to us with over 30 years of experience in the field of education. She was a former assistant superintendent, and she is currently a consultant. She has lots of experience coaching and currently runs the ACSA Leadership Coaching Division and is the director of student chapters. So she is our liaison here with our ACSA student chapter at CUI.
Good morning. So nice to see all of you here today. As Dr. Tarbutton told you, I'm here on behalf of ACSA. How many of you in the room or online or virtually are members of ACSA? I think quite a few of you are, I believe. ACSA is the Association of California School Administrators. It's a statewide organization here in California, and almost every leader worth their salt is a member of ACSA. It's a wonderful opportunity to work with other leaders in your region and really get to know, to network and to work together for students, basically. I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the fact that if you are, those of you in the room, I'm assuming you're somewhat local, and if you live here in Orange County, there are a number of opportunities you can get involved with locally. If you are a student ACSA member and you live outside of Orange County, you can be involved here at the university in any of the activities as well as those activities in your region. And if you have questions about that, you can talk to Dr. Tarbutton or the members that are now your student officers here on campus, right? Okay, and is it still listed on a web page? Do you?
Yes, they can all access their different Blackboard.
Okay, so on through your Blackboard communication, you can find your local phone number and person to contact in terms of ACSA. So let's just talk for just a minute about what is the benefit of belonging to ACSA. It gives you an opportunity to get involved in leadership opportunities, as we talked about. And also, there are conferences in each region. There are conferences that we hold here in Region 17, which is Orange County, and the other regions holds them as well. There's also a statewide conference twice a year, a very big conference with really excellent speakers and some of the best names in education. One is held in the north, one is held in the south. So they're very accessible. And other things to do for ACSA are networking. You want to be involved in networking with your peers here in Orange County. We have a couple of networking nights every year so people can get together and get to know one another, because most of the jobs that you get in the future will be as a result of your networking, right? So that's really important. So some of the other things that are professional development are, there's a local women's conference. ACSA is very much committed to helping women become leaders and stay leaders and help one another. Participate in the January conference here at Concordia. Last Saturday we were all here. I feel like I live here on Saturday now, and it's kind of fun. But we had a wonderful speaker in George Kouros, and every year we have those conferences generally here at Concordia, which is a wonderful partnership for us. Let's see. ACSA Academies. I happen to be an academy director, as Dr. Tarbutton told you. I'm a director of the Curriculum and Instruction Academy here in Orange County. There are about 5 of those across the state. There are also, this is the little booklet, there are a number of academies: the Superintendent's Academy, Special Education Academy, Equity in Education Academy, English as a Second Learner Academy, Human Resources Academy. So there are a number of these opportunities to have professional development, do some networking with other participants, and also to further your career and your information. It looks really good on your resume to be a member of ACSA. So I strongly encourage you to get involved with that. Let's see. One of the most important things that ACSA does on behalf of its members is advocate in Sacramento. And every year, members of ACSA go up and do what's called Legislative Action Day. You may not realize it, but most of our legislators don't know a whole lot about education. So this group of educators that goes to Sacramento is there on behalf of ACSA and the educators here in the state. So there are a lot of things that you do as a member of ACSA. And finally, what did I else want to say? I hope you will get involved either here in Orange County or wherever you may live, and become a member of ACSA by networking, working with your peers, working with others. And also, I want to tell you that if you're not a member, I have some information for you on a table out in the hallway. I have about 800 pens to give away, so I hope you'll stop and get a pen and ask me any questions that you might have about ACSA, and thank you for letting me talk to you today. And now for the good stuff.
Okay, thank you so much, Darlene. Now it's my pleasure to introduce our guest speaker today, Julie Adams. Julie comes to us with a vast knowledge and expertise in many areas in the field of education. Some of her accomplishments include being a nationally board certified educator, being Teacher of the Year, winning that prestigious honor, also being a keynote speaker on too many occasions to count. She's also a best-selling author, and you can pick up one of her books outside for $20 in the hallway. She's an international consultant and coach, and she's also the CEO of 2 companies. Her specialty areas include neuroscience, mental health and wellness, digital and instructional leadership, creating and sustaining positive culture, critical thinking, and many more. We have had the pleasure of hearing Julie speak here at our symposium before. She shared her gifts and talents with us at CUI several years ago and has done so on different occasions. Here are some of the comments that your peers had to share about her so that you know what you're in for today moving forward. This was one of the best presentations that I've had the pleasure of attending. It was informative, funny, and gave me a new rejuvenation as a teacher in looking at my students with a different mindset. Another student writes, "This symposium was so relevant to my classroom setting that I feel that all parents and educators could benefit from attending this conference and listening to this speaker." And finally, the topic of the presentation was very insightful to the field of education. I came away with new insights and strategies to apply towards creating a healthy school environment for my students and staff. So ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce today Julie Adams. You're in for a real treat. Sit back and enjoy.
Good morning. Mrs. Adams, nobody wakes up to suck. I was a classroom teacher for 14 years, kindergarten through graduate school, and 10 of those years I taught at the middle school level. And one day I was teaching 8th grade US history, and we were analyzing primary source documents, and it was kind of a tough lesson. And one of my students, who I will call Brian, he was struggling. And he said, "Mrs. Adams, this is hard. I don't get it." And that's when I made the flippant comment to him, "Brian, just try a little bit harder, read them one more time, and it will probably click and make perfect sense." And that's when he said to me, "Mrs. Adams, nobody wakes up to suck. Can you please help me be successful?" And the problem was, as a new teacher, I didn't have the efficacy or the knowledge and the skills to help him at that time be more successful, socially, emotionally, or academically. And he went on to say, "I know that all of you teachers probably think that I like to fail all my classes and fight with everybody, but I don't. Every morning, I hope, I pray that I can be successful today. And then before you know it, things are going downhill and I'm getting into trouble. So can you please help me?" The problem was I couldn't. Years in education, I had all the degrees, I'd had the student teaching, I'd had some great mentors, I had all the research, but I wasn't quite sure how to implement and help this struggling student. So that set me out on a journey to learn everything I could about neuroscience, child development, critical thinking, literacy, numeracy, performance, efficiency, productivity, and ultimately what the secrets are to success. And out of thousands of pages of research, all of these studies that have been conducted across industry, in education, in Fortune 500 companies, in professional athletics, success boils down to two principles. And that's what I'm going to share with you today. Once I went back and I implemented these two principles into my instruction, not only was Brian more successful socially, emotionally, and academically, but the achievement of all my other students skyrocketed. Now, before I share that with you, I want to give you an opportunity. We are being streamed today. The camera is right here. I will be addressing this section. So I'm going to give you 1 minute. I want you to turn and talk with a colleague right now about one thing that you really appreciated happening in the last 30 days and one thing you are really looking forward to happening in the next 30 days. And for those of you who want to move over here to this section that will be addressed, please go ahead and use that time to do so. So 30 days, one thing, 1 minute, go. Don't be shy, don't be shy. Come on over, don't be shy. This is a great spot right in here. Hi, welcome, come on in. "20 seconds. All right, here we go. 4, 3, 2, 1. Now, there are 3 reasons for you to be really excited about what I'm going to share with you today. The first is this: I am Italian. That's why I have big hair. It is a requirement of Italian women to have big hair. I also tend to talk quickly, though, so I'm going to jam in about a whole semester's worth of neuroscience research and strategies in this little short section, okay? So buckle up. That's the first reason for you to be excited. You're going to get a lot. You're going to get all the bang for your buck right now. The second reason for you to be excited comes from one of my former students. So I was teaching English, history, remedial reading, science for several years. And I was teaching freshman English and history this one year, and it was the morning after back to school night. And one of my precious little students, he came to me, he said, "Hey, Mrs. Adams, what did you say to the parents last night at back to school night?" And I said, well, I said a lot. I shared how excited I am that you guys are in my classes this year. These are some of the great things we're going to be learning about. And here are a couple free resources to help your child be successful. And I'm really looking forward to partnering. This is going to be a great year. Why do you ask? And he said, well, this is the thing. My parents came and listened to your little shtick last night. And when they got home, they were talking about you. And I thought, oh, geez, what did they say? And he said, well, they said a lot of things. You know, like my dad, he made a couple jokes about dumb blondes, which don't be offended, that's kind of what he does. And but ultimately what they said, and I thought you'd really appreciate hearing this, Mrs. Adams, ultimately they agreed that they are so thankful that you are smarter and funnier than you look. So there you go. That's the second reason for you to be excited about what I'm going to share with you today. I'm going to share with you some heavy stuff, but I promise to make it as engaging and painless as possible. That also reminds me of the joke that Dolly Parton always says. She says, you can make all the dumb blonde jokes you want to about me because, honey, I ain't dumb. and I ain't blonde. So there you go. And then finally, the third reason for you to be excited about today, if you don't remember anything else, the secrets to success. Success is triggered by chemical reactions, and those chemical reactions are determined by two things. Number one, sex, and number two, skills. Now, before you get nervous or excited, sex is an acronym. And I'm going to come back to that a little bit later. But whenever anyone is struggling, it is either a sex or a skills issue. Sometimes it's both. And this applies to us as well. So we're going to go ahead and jump in right now. Now, my husband and I, we own 5 companies, and I'm the CEO of 3 of them. Bit more about what I am sharing with you today. And then the third company, we invented a product called Sticky Shocks. They are padded medical grade adhesives for athletes to wear on their ribs and hips and knees and shins to protect against bumps and bruises and floor burns. And on that website, we have a lot of free resources in terms of mental, physical health and wellness, particularly for youth and families of athletes. And so check that site out if you're looking for some free resources as well. And my social media handles are Adam's Teaching and Sticky Shocks. If we're not already connected on there, I would love to connect with you. So please go ahead and connect with me on there. Now, I like to start with something funny. As I mentioned, I am Italian. My 2 nonnas, that's what we call grandmother in Italian, they are still alive. One is 90 years old and one is 100 years old. And they live with me and my family for part of the year. And they are such a blessing. They're always sharing these little life lessons and stories that we call pearls of wisdom. And recently, one of them shared a pearl of wisdom, and it's related to what we're talking about. So I'm going to share it with you, and it goes like this. One day, there were 2 Major League Baseball pitchers sitting in the dugout, debating whether or not there was baseball in heaven. And after much debate, they come to the conclusion of, well, whoever gets to go to heaven first has to find out about baseball and then somehow let the other one know. Well, shortly thereafter, one of the pitchers dies, and he gets into heaven. And he's there for a while, and he finds out about baseball. And he wants to come back to Earth and tell his friend George what he discovered. So he comes back down to Earth. He finds George. He says, hey, George, do you remember me? And George says, yeah, you've been gone for a while. Where'd you end up? And he said, well, I made it into heaven. And he said, oh, did you find out about baseball? And he said, yes, I did. There's good news and there's bad news, George, about baseball in heaven. The good news is this. There is baseball in heaven. We play it on the most incredible fields of dreams with the greatest players of all time. We play all day, every day. It truly is a heavenly experience. But the bad news is, buddy, you are scheduled to pitch up there for us next week. Now that's funny. Now, this is the thing. There's good news and there's bad news about the young brain. So I'm going to plant that seed. Great teachers, whatever they start with, learning is a cycle, they cycle around to at the end and they finish with in order to complete the cycle and increase the likelihood that a neural pathway connection is going to be formed. And so I'm going to come back to that idea a little bit later, but we're going to talk about the benefits, but also the struggles of the young brain as well, and then also how that correlates to us as mature brains. So as educational leaders, it's important to understand a couple of things. Number one, as you are headed further and further up into your career, you will encounter more and more and more struggling young brains, but you will also encounter more and more and more struggling mature brains. I know this because I have been married to an administrator for 24 years. And the second most stressful position there is when it comes to being an administrator is being married to an administrator. That's why your divorce rate will increase about 55%. So let's just talk about a couple of things here. Here are our essential questions. Number one, how does the young brain differ from the mature brain? And number 2, how can we strengthen and serve young and mature brains to skyrocket social, emotional, and cognitive success? Now, there's a lot of experience in working with young brains here in the room, and I appreciate so much you having the courage and making the sacrifice to go up further in your career and take an even larger leadership role than you might currently have. Not everybody does that, and I appreciate that about you. But if you had to come up here right now and talk for 1 minute in your experience about how you would answer one of these 2 questions, what would you say? And turn and talk with your colleague for 1 minute. Go. Which question would you talk about? In your experience, how would you answer it? Don't be shy. Twenty seconds. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. I'm going to tell you 2 funny stories. How many? 2. You can tell I taught middle school, right? All right, here we go. One night, a young 17-year-old girl brought her new boyfriend home to meet her parents, and they were appalled by his appearance. Long, greasy hair, tattoos, and piercings from head to toe. And he arrived on a big, loud, dangerous motorcycle. And after chatting with the young man for a few minutes, the mama grows concerned, and she pulls her daughter aside, and she says, "Dear, I'm a little concerned about your new boyfriend. He does not seem very nice." And she says, "Oh, please, Mama, if he wasn't nice, why would he..." Now, you might think she said something such as, "If he wasn't nice, why would he come to meet you?" Because that's a very nice thing to do. Or, "If he wasn't nice, why would he be hanging out with me? Because I'm a nice girl." And those seem like very sensible answers, but that is not what the young girl said. She said, "Oh, please, Mama, if he wasn't nice, why would he be doing 10,000 hours of community service?" I'll let that one sink in a little bit. I dated a couple like that. All right, how about this one? Young Johnny. He wasn't earning very good grades in school, so one day he surprised his teacher with an announcement. He tapped her on the shoulder and said, "My daddy says if I don't start getting better grades, somebody is going to get a spanking. Don't say I didn't warn you, Mrs. Smith." Now, what do these jokes have in common, but more importantly, what insight do they provide us into the young brain? Please turn and talk for 30 seconds. Go. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Nature versus nurture. This debate has been waging on for decades. Neuroscience is the one area in education we have not tapped into that we should. The more we know about the young brain, the more effectively we can design an environment that grows and supports healthy brains. In neuroscience circles, this debate has been waging on for decades. Neuroscientists have been trying to figure out, in terms of percentage of influence, how much does nature or genetics influence healthy brain development and our long-term capacity for success versus nurture or environment? Now, 20 years ago, neuroscientists said that nature or genetics was about 70 to 80% of the influence on healthy brain development and our long-term potential for success. What we inherited was more important than anything else. That's what they used to believe. And then they discovered neuroplasticity. And that's the idea that our brain actually has the capacity, that sponginess factor, to learn and grow throughout life, not just during a very short period of time during childhood. And so if we actually are not born with an innate trait, then we can till a skill. And that's a beautiful thing in terms of how our brains and bodies have been designed. And so they thought that nature originally was about 70 to 80% of that influence, and that environment or nurture was about 20 to 30%, a very small percentage. And then they discovered neuroplasticity. And so over the course of 10 years, the more and more they learned about the capacity of our brain and the fact that it changes with every single situation, they started to adjust their percentages. And they started to say, you know what, we don't think it's 70 to 80% anymore. We now think it's about 50-50, equal. Okay, and then about 5 years ago, there was another major shift in neuroscience circles with the discovery of epigenetics, E-P-I-G-E-N-E-T-I-C-S, epigenetics. And that is the fact that our thoughts and feelings can actually change our molecular and DNA structure. Now, if that's not divine design, I don't know what is. This is great news for us. But their percentages change. So it used to be 80-20, and then it was 50-50. Now it's 20%, 80%. Environment is far more influential than anything that I inherit on my healthy brain development and my capacity for success. That's beautiful. This is great news for us as educators and parents. As educators, this validates the volumes of research that show high-performing teachers overcome the deficiencies of low-performing students almost every single time. What I do in the classroom matters. I am the greatest influence on my students' achievement. This is also great news for us as parents, because if you procreated with an idiot and you are concerned your child has inherited the stupid gene, science is actually in your child's favor. We can almost out-nurture any genetic deficiency. And I don't know about you, but that's good news. That's good news for us. Now, thousands of pages of neuroscience research, hundreds and hundreds of studies. Now, what neuroscientists am I referencing during this presentation? Several of them. Number one, Dr. Judy Willis, Dr. Eric Jensen, Dr. John Medina, Dr. Jay Geed, Dr. Caroline Leaf, all of them. They're brilliant. But the three neuroscientific principles that are really important for us to understand as educators and parents and leaders are these right here. I'm going to show these a couple times today, but I want to start imprinting them on your brain. There's many ways to imprint information on the brain. One of the most effective ways to do it is just through simple repetition. So right now, I'm going to say each one, and then I just want you to repeat it after me nice and loud and clear. Here we go. Number one, the young brain is different. Number two, the brain is highly influenced by environment. And number three, success is not by chance, but by design. Okay, let's tackle that first one. Young brains are different. As I mentioned, in the last 20 years, neuroscientists have discovered far more about the young brain than ever before. They have fancy cognitive equipment such as MRIs, PET scans, and QEEGs. Yes, that Q is supposed to be small. They can hook young brains up to this fancy equipment and ask them to perform different tasks, such as solving linear equations or making a peanut butter sandwich. And while they're performing two things. Number one, how much battery charge or cognitive capacity does the young brain use to complete the task? Is it a little bit or is it a lot? And then number two, what regions of the brain does the young brain usually access in order to complete the task? Is it up here? Is it in the occipital lobe? Is it back in the cerebellum? Where is it? And then they take those two sets of data and they compare that to a mature brain. And they have concluded, holy cow, the young brain is actually far more different than previously believed. So when we're comparing the young brain to the mature brain, they used to say it was similar to comparing apples to oranges. But now they say, no, when you're comparing the young brain to the mature brain, you're not even comparing fruit to fruit. That's how different it is. But many times we put the same expectations on the young brain that we have for the mature brain, and we essentially set a kid up for failure. Now, I want to be very clear about neuroscience. I am not here to tell you that neuroscience says that the young brain is not capable. The beautiful thing about neuroscience is that it says the young brain is far more capable than we even give it credit for. But we have got to know how to design an environment that grows its skills and meets its needs. Because when we don't, what we do is we set it up to struggle and fail. And you might have seen experiences like this in your own educational system. I work with districts all throughout the world, and I work with many districts in this region. And time again, it becomes very clear that many educators have no idea what they're dealing with, or even who their client is. And the beautiful thing is, the more we know, the better we can do. Now, the brain develops from the brain stem forward. The last part of the brain to develop is right here. It's called the prefrontal cortex. 20 years ago, neuroscientists thought the brain was actually fully developed and activated by 12. Now, how many of you know 12-year-olds? How many of you are thankful their brains are not fully developed? Can you imagine? That would suck. Oh my gosh. So, all right, here we go. Now, this is my husband. His name is Chris. We have been married 24 years. He is my best friend. He is wicked smart, kind, helpful. He was a fellow educator for years. He was a teacher, an assistant principal, a coach of many athletics. He was an associate superintendent and then a superintendent of schools for years. And then he was the assistant director of ACSA for several years. And he recently retired, and he now works for me. And one of the things that I most appreciate about my husband is he's a wonderful father to our 5 children, to our 5 adopted children, and to our 5 surrogate kids, of which 2 currently live in our homes right now. They're 2 of my former students who I taught years ago as 7th and 8th graders. They're now 25 and 27 years old living with us. They need just a little bit of help right now. And every time I go to him, we've had several kids come into our home over the years, and every time I go to him and say, "Hun, there's a kid who needs help. Can we bring him in for a while?" Every single time he says, "Absolutely." And he's so wonderful. But I want to introduce you to our 5 children, of which I have permission to share pictures of. And he's so calm and patient and loving with them. So let me introduce you to our twin boys right here, Gus and Chili. They are so precious. Now, I live in Sacramento, and even in the Northern California area, you might think those are odd-looking rats. Those are chinchillas, and they do require a lot of patience and care, and my husband is so good with them. Now, I know it's not politically correct to say you have a favorite child, but studies do show parents often do have a favorite child, even if it changes over the course of time based on their needs and their temperament. And everyone in my family knows I do have a favorite, and he is so precious to me. He wakes up every morning with a smile on his face. He is so excited about whatever is on the agenda for the day. It doesn't even matter. He never complains about what is for dinner. And at night, he puts his toys back in the correct bins. And I sincerely appreciate that. So let me introduce you to my favorite child right here, Bentley. Bentley, he's so precious. Look at his smile. He's a total cheese ball. And every time I see him, I just get a little dopamine squirt in my brain. It just makes me feel so happy to see him. I just want to pet his little ears. I FaceTimed him this morning and said, "Hey, buddy, I'm going to be home tonight. I'm so excited to see you. I haven't been home for a few days." And he is so precious. So precious. Look at that. Oh, my gosh. So cute. And And then we have 2 girls. Now, don't get me wrong. I adore my girls. They're amazing. But they sometimes complain about what's for dinner, and they don't always clean up their crap, right? This is Madeline. Madeline just turned 20 years old. She's a junior in college. She's involved in a lot of different activities. She plays volleyball and golf, and she's really a lovely young lady. As you know, see that? She's a ginger there, so she takes after my great-great-grandmother. And when she was born with red hair, it was quite a surprise because my husband and I, neither one of us have red hair. But funny thing is, our mailman had red hair and a cleft chin, and he was about 101 years old. So that was kind of the joke for a little while. But yeah, she quite surprised us. But she looks just like my great-great-grandmother. And then we have Grace. Grace just turned 17. She is a senior this year in high school. Again, she's involved in a lot of different activities. She plays volleyball and softball, a lot of leadership stuff. And she's just really a very nice young lady. Now, recently, one of our kids made a really good decision. And I told her, honey, I'm so proud of you for making that mature and responsible decision. And then she turned around and did something stupid. In fact, she did a couple stupid things in a row. And then I got a little nervous, right? Oh no, maybe she has inherited the stupid gene from my husband's side of the family. But it would come from my side of the family, in all honesty. But that's kind of how the young brain works. There will be flashes of mature and responsible behavior. And you think, hallelujah, developmental breakthrough. And then there will be flashes of immature, morbidic, mortalic behavior is what it's called in research. It's dangerous and deadly behavior. In fact, the young brain is 300 times more likely to engage in morbidic, mortalic behavior. And many times we blame their hormones. But what neuroscience shows is it actually only has a little bit to do with their hormones. It has far more to do with their brain development or their lack of brain development. So let's dive back into that neuroscientific principle. Young brains are different. As I mentioned, the brain develops from the stem forward. The last part of the brain to develop is right here. It's called the prefrontal cortex. They used to think it was fully developed and activated by 12. They now know that's not true. In perfect environmental circumstances, the female prefrontal cortex tends to fully activate, not at 12, not at 16, but closer to 20 to 22 years of age. And the male brain and prefrontal cortex. Now, I'm not making this crap up. This is science here, okay? This has been documented extensively. The male prefrontal cortex, under perfect circumstances, tends to fully activate around 25. Now, car insurance companies have known this for a long time. Because what's the magic age in which your insurance premium drastically decreases? 25. Why? Because there's a 300% decrease in dangerous, deadly behavior. Neuroscientists say that's not a coincidence, folks. That's a direct correlation as to when that prefrontal cortex, otherwise known as the executive functioning center of the brain, tends to fully activate. And in young males, between the ages of 16 and 24, that is our deadliest driving population. So if you think of the young brain, think of it like this. Until it has a fully developed and skilled prefrontal cortex, it is similar to a brand new, sleek, fast, powerful, dangerous even Lamborghini with no brakes. Okay? The prefrontal cortex is responsible for many skills. As I mentioned, it is the executive functioning center, but we're just going to focus on 5 here for a moment. The first skill is causal connection, or cause and effect analysis. And that is, for every action, there's a reaction. This is why when little Johnny or Jenny, now remember, this is the part of the brain that doesn't fully activate under perfect circumstances until the early to mid-20s. So these are skills that they struggle with a lot of times. Because they struggle with cause and effect analysis, this is why when little Johnny or Jenny does something stupid, and you ask, Johnny, why'd you make that bad choice? What does little Johnny always say? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. And see, we think he's being sassy because language filters are also up here. And so when he says, I don't know, a lot of times what do? We discipline. But see, what's interesting is that the young brain is not wired to be insubordinate and sassy. It's actually wired to seek one thing, the same thing that it has sought since the beginning of time. The young brain seeks unconditional acceptance and love. Now, it might ask for it in the most unloving of ways because it has an undeveloped prefrontal cortex. But ultimately, that's what its goal is. And so when a kid says, I don't know, what he's really saying is, I don't know, I got nothing. I don't know why I'm in timeout for the third time today. Please do tell, I would love to know. This is important for us to understand because there's a difference between insubordinance and ignorance. And most of the time when a child is struggling, it's an ignorance issue. Either I don't know what the expectation is, or I don't know what the skill is in order to meet the expectation. And that means for us as educators and leaders and parents and mentors and coaches, there's an important principle for us to put into play when a child is struggling. And that is grow curious before you grow furious. Because there is almost always a reason why a kid is struggling, and very few kids are wired to piss you off. They're just not wired that way. There are other skills of the prefrontal cortex. In addition to cause and effect analysis, another skill of the PFC is emotional regulation. This is why many kids are emotionally on a roller coaster. They should be. Kids who are like this usually means they're over-medicated. They're not supposed to be like this. They should run hot and cold all the time. And we should be telling them, it's perfectly normal that you feel that way. There's nothing wrong with you. It's frustrating, it's draining, but it's actually perfectly normal. The third skill of the prefrontal cortex is impulse control. This is an area that a lot of kids struggle with. Have you ever asked a kid, why'd you do that? I don't know. Are you going to do it again? I don't know. They are just as surprised at their behavior as we are. The fourth skill of the prefrontal cortex is organization. Two types of organization. Implicit organization, they really struggle with. Implicit organization, for example, is how should I organize my thoughts in my persuasive essay so I am identifying my claim and the appropriate supporting evidence to try and get you to agree with me. They struggle with that. If you don't believe me, teach English to middle schoolers and high schoolers for longer than 3 minutes, and it will become very clear to you. They struggle with organizing their thoughts. And then they struggle with explicit organization. That's the physical world. For example, they wonder, how should I organize my math binder so that when I get to class tomorrow, I can actually find my homework and turn it in? Those are not innate traits of most young brains. And then the fifth skill of the prefrontal cortex that is problematic for us because it's not fully developed in them is rational decision making. So think about this for a second. The young brain struggles with cause and effect analysis. For every action, there's a reaction. Emotional regulation, impulse control, implicit, explicit organization, and rational decision making. All 5 things we hold kids accountable for in our school system. And when you don't have it, what do? We commit assume-icide. I assume you should have this skill because you're 14 years old. And neuroscience says that's not how it works, sister. Now the good news is, again, neuroscience brings us good news. The good news is this. We can accelerate dendritic and synaptic and neural pathway skill connections in the prefrontal cortex by just doing one important thing. We can provide this one important thing in all learning circumstances, whether we're teaching them how to solve a linear equation, how to have a respectful face-to-face conversation with someone who is older than them and in authority over them, or in how to solve a linear, or how to load a dishwasher so that when we close the shelf, the tall glasses don't fall over and break. So whatever skill we're trying to teach, all we have to do is employ this one thing. It's called explicit instruction. We learned about this in our credentialing programs. We do this quite often, but there's one part that we often leave out. So effective explicit instruction works and sounds like this. Number 1, always identify the learning objective. This is what we are learning right now. how to solve a linear equation, how to have a respectful face-to-face conversation, how to control your emotions. Number 2, this is how you do it. Let me model it for you just for a moment. Quick modeling, very effective. Number 3, this is the part that we often leave out, but the learner craves it. This is why we do it this way. Always provide the why. So it's the what, the how, the why. Those 3 things, boom, 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 just like that. When we don't provide the why, a lot of times what the learner will do is assume that we're making this crap up. And then they go off the rails and try to do something on their own. Not saying there isn't ever a time and place to do that. Like my Nona says, there are many ways to skin a cat, sister, but this is why we're skinning it this way today, so pay attention. And then what do? We need to provide guided practice. Let's practice this skill together. And then descriptive feedback. This is what you're doing correctly. This is what you will want to adjust to be more successful. And then finally, practice, 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 rest, practice, 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 rest, practice, 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 practice. It's not a one and done when we are developing skill for most people. Whenever we provide explicit instruction in that way, it is a simple strategy for us to employ. And it will save us a lot of time and energy in committing a suicide. Now, brain maturation rates differ. This is why you can have a class full of 35 14-year-olds and they all have different skill levels, socially, emotionally, and academically. So the whole idea of the zone of proximal development, that's cute and everything, but when you get into a classroom, it's just really hard to implement because everybody has their own zone of proximal development. Why? Because brain maturation rates differ. Now, skills do not develop as the result of age. Let me give you an example. Let's say there are twins who are born. Identical genetic composition. We take one twin, we lock him in a dark, isolated closet. That's where he will be living for the next 25 years. It's happened. And then we take another twin, we place them into a thriving, healthy environment. It's wonderful experiences, great relationships. All of his needs are met. And then we scan their brains when they're 10, 20, 25 years old. We will find their brains are exactly the same age, but they will have very different dendritic, synaptic, and neural pathway connections. They will have very different skills because skills do not develop as the result of age. This is why you meet 50-year-old people who don't have certain skills, and you think, what the heck is wrong with you? This is also why you meet 12-year-olds who have extensive skills, and you think, you're like a rainbow unicorn. Where did you come from? How can I replicate you? And chances are they've had somebody in their environment that has invested a lot of time and energy and care into them. And socioeconomic status doesn't have anything to do with it. Because kids can have a lot of time and love and care invested into them regardless of where they are on the socioeconomic scale. And we see that all the time. Skills develop as the result of experience, instruction, and reflection on the experience. Skills develop as the result of experience, instruction, and reflection on the experience. So when we encounter someone who doesn't have a skill set, keep in mind, especially a young brain, they're not trying to suck, just like Brian is saying. Nobody wakes up to suck, Mrs. Adams. If I could, I would. So that's why we have to ask, do you know what is expected of you right here? A lot of times kids will say, I got no idea. And then the second thing is, do you have the skill in order to meet that expectation? A lot of times kids will say, mm-mm. Okay. That's why we want to grow curious before we grow furious. Now, there's one area of the brain that becomes oversensitive and responsive. It's overactive, especially when there's an underdeveloped executive functioning center. And that area is called the amygdala. We actually have two of them, one in each hemisphere of the brain, but they're often referenced in the singular, amygdala. The amygdala has one job. It's the extreme emotional processing center that is directly responsible for survival, or in layman's terms, what we call fight, flight, freeze. Now here's the problem for us. When the amygdala is flipped on and someone is in fight, flight, freeze, or in other words, their response center has been negatively hijacked, learning shuts down. In 1988, Dr. Stephen Krashen identified this phenomenon when he first published his theory, the affective filter. He was studying second language acquisition, which is considered a high-level form of critical thinking. And after looking at thousands of kids, some kids develop language acquisition very easily, some kids struggle with it. But what he noticed over and over and over again was when stress is high, or when the affective filter, the level of stress and discomfort in the learning environment is high, learning is low. So he concluded we must keep stress levels low. Later, neuroscientists made the connection. He is absolutely correct. But the affective filter is more than a level of discomfort. It's not a feeling. The affective filter is an actual thing in the brain. It is the amygdala. And when it has been flipped on, learning shuts down because now the brain is in survival mode. It's trying to conserve energy. Simple neuroscientific principle for us to understand. So when kids are coming into us stressed and drained, and we immediately start to apply that academic pressure, what does that do to them? It only increases their stress and their drain. This is why relationships are important, but it's also complicated. There's one thing that we can do to decrease the fight, flight, freeze, switch, and stress in the young brain. One simple strategy that we can employ, and that is provide choice whenever possible. One of the reasons the young brain is naturally stressed is because it has an underdeveloped emotional processing center, the prefrontal cortex, but also because it feels as if it has no control over its environment. Their whole life, their teachers, their preachers, their coaches, their pastors have been making every single choice for them. And when you get into a situation when all of your choices are removed, you actually enter into a fight, flight, freeze mode also. Choice might look like this in our curricula. Okay, students, for the next 3 weeks in U.S. history, we are going to be studying a unit that is absolutely fascinating, exciting, intriguing. You're going to love every single one of these 187 content standards we're going to be learning during this period of time. On Friday, April 27th, I'm going to give you an opportunity to demonstrate to me everything you've learned about all this good stuff, all right? The unit is the U.S. Civil War. I'm going to give you a couple opportunities to demonstrate your learning to me. You get to decide how you want to do it. Number one, you can take the 55-question multiple choice test on Friday, April 27th. Mrs. Adams, I'm not really feeling that. Can I show you what I've learned somehow in a different manner? Absolutely. You can create a 4-minute TED Talk and accompanying multimedia presentation addressing the 6 causes and effects that we're going to be learning at that time. I'm not really feeling that either. Got anything else? I do. You can write an essay choosing from these 5 prompts right here. Now, whichever you decide doesn't matter to me, but you have to let me know by this Friday so I can plan time for that Friday in 3 weeks, okay? Do we have to provide choices like this all the time? No. But whenever possible, provide them. Another important time for us to provide choices and for educational leaders to be aware of, it's a good time to provide choice, is when we are providing discipline and correction to a kid. Now, number one, when a kid is struggling, first and foremost, we should ask, do you know what the expectation is here? If not, clarify it for them. Give them an opportunity to redeem themselves. Number two, clarify, do you have the skill to meet the expectation? If not, provide instruction before providing discipline. We're talking about how do we increase the success of the young brain. I'm telling you right now, this is what science shows. But then number 3, let's say we're working with a kid who does understand the expectation and they have the skill, yet they're still acting out, which that happens too. That's okay. But we want to give a choice whenever we're dealing with misdemeanors. Now, misdemeanors is the bulk of the disciplinary actions that we're dealing with. I have a friend, she's a judge. She says, when you're dealing with a misdemeanor in your courtroom, you always provide choices. Do you want to pay the $1,800 in a fine, or do you want to spend the weekend in the county jail? It makes no difference to me. You provide choices when you're dealing with a misdemeanor. Now, if you're dealing with a felony, you don't get a choice. You automatically pass go, you go to jail. Misdemeanors. Whenever we're dealing with a misdemeanor, provide choices. You have to decide as a school system what your choices are going to be. Here are a couple choices of school systems that I work with. Okay, do you know the rule that you broke? Yes. Do you have the skill so that you don't break the rule regularly? Yes. Okay, so there's going to be a consequence. I know. You have a couple choices. Do you want to do 25 jumping jacks right now? Do you want to serve the 20-minute detention tomorrow after school? Or do you want to write a letter of apology explaining what you did wrong and what you're going to do differently next time so you're not going to get into trouble? You decide. Now, of those 3 choices, particularly for a young male brain who receives most of our disciplinary behavior simply because we don't understand them, but of those 3 choices, which one would a young brain, particularly a young male brain, be most likely to choose? Now, there are 2 neurological reasons why a young brain, particularly a young male brain, will choose jumping jacks. Number 1, they want to do the thing that will give them instant redemption, because ultimately they are looking for love and acceptance. What can I do right now to get grace from you and get back into a good standing with you? I don't want to feel guilt and shame until tomorrow afternoon when I can serve that detention. Give me an opportunity right now. And then number 2, a lot of young brains will recognize anything physical actually acts as a natural stress reliever. And in the long run, it will help them manage their emotions and decrease their stress. So that's important for us to understand. So think about the choices that you currently provide your kids, but also think about the choices when you get into an administrative position, these conversations that you can start having with your teachers so that they have a little better understanding of what it is they're dealing with. And ultimately, when I discipline a kid, if I ever have to discipline, and I rarely had to, and I worked in the juvenile hall system for many years. Now you might think, well, in juvenile hall, you do have one distinct advantage. You do have armed guards with you in the classroom. Believe it or not, that doesn't motivate everybody. But the thing is these are important questions for us to have. Ultimately, if I'm having to discipline a kid, bring correction to a kid, I'm trying to increase the success. I want to solve the problem. I don't want to stick a Band-Aid on it. I want to treat the issue. I don't just want to medicate it for a couple of minutes. And so I'm telling you, this neuroscience is very important for us to understand. Now, please turn and talk for 1 minute about one idea that I've shared with you so far that you can go back and share with your colleagues immediately. Go. Stand up if you'd like. 20 seconds. Okay, 3, 2, 1. So to increase dendritic, synaptic, and neural pathway connections, to grow skills in the young brain more efficiently, we want to provide explicit instruction and not commit a suicide. And then we also want to provide choices whenever possible. The only way kids learn how to make good choices is if we teach them how and then allow them to. You've probably noticed, because you have been around a lot of college-educated people, you probably noticed that there are a lot of kids, when they first get into living in a dorm situation or living on their own for the first time, they go crazy. You know, they're at the 24-hour ice cream machine 23 hours of the day. They're staying up all night. I mean, there's no rhyme or reason to the choices that they're making at all, because they've come out of an environment where they've never had choice. And now all of a sudden they have so much and they don't know what to do. And so that's why we want to start teaching these skills early on in the home. When my girls, now, when they were young, they're now 17 and 20, but when they were very young, of course, we had very structured meals. I was always making sure they didn't have too much processed sugar and all that kind of stuff. But then when they started getting into middle school, I was loosening up a little bit, and I wanted them to start learning how to make wise decisions. And I'll never forget this one time. It was the first week of summer vacation, and one of my daughters, she was participating in cross-country workouts throughout the summer. And we lived in Reading at the time. It was very hot, 110 degrees, you know, in the summer sometimes. And so you got to pay attention to what you're eating and how you're hydrating in order to prepare for those types of workouts. And so she got up one morning and she said, "Hey, Mom, what should I eat this morning for breakfast?" And I said, "I don't know. Why don't you go down and fix yourself something and then be ready to go in 15 minutes? And she said, "Sure, no problem." So later on, I come down, I said, "Got your stuff? Are you ready to go? I'm going to go drop you off." She said, "Yeah." And she's eating a Choco Taco. You know those ice cream treats with the waffle cones, and then it's drenched in chocolate. And they're delicious, but I wouldn't recommend it for breakfast right before cross-country practice. And I said, "Oh, what you got there?" And she said, "Choco Taco. These are delicious, Mom. Why don't we have these more often? We should eat these for breakfast more often." And I said, "Okay, all right." And I said, "Did you eat anything else?" I made some chocolate milk. Okay, so chocolate milk, chocolate taco, we got it. Got the chocolate food group covered. And so I dropped her off at practice. And then about a half hour into practice, coach calls me. "Hey, Mom, kids puking all over the side of the road. Are you concerned?" "No." "What should we do?" "Well, what does she want to do?" "She wants to finish the run." "Okay, well, let her. If there's any more problems, call me and let me know how it goes." He's like, "Is she sick?" "No, she had chocolate milk and a chocolate taco for breakfast." "Oh, okay, all right." So anyway, she finished the run. I picked her up. I said, "Hey, how did it go today?" She goes, "You know what? The weirdest thing happened. I threw up, and I did not feel good. I didn't have the energy. I was like in cold sweats, even though I'm drenched in sweat." And she's like, "Oh, man, that was horrible." And I said, "Well, what do you think caused it?" And she goes, "I have no idea. Maybe I'm sick." I said, "Well, that could be. Do you think it has anything to do with your breakfast?" No. "Okay." I said, "Well, tomorrow I recommend that you go back to what you normally eat, which is a waffle with some peanut butter on it and a glass of milk." I said, "Okay." I said, "I recommend you try that tomorrow." Okay, next morning, go downstairs. "What are you eating?" She's got 2 Choco Tacos. Two now. Double-fisted. I said, "You going to be ready to go to practice here in about 20 minutes? "Yep." Okay. So I drop her off at practice. Guess what? Puke, 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 puke the whole time. Coach, at the end, he's like, "Okay, the whole Choco Taco thing for breakfast isn't working for her." And I said, I see that. "Did you talk to her about it?" "Yeah." Okay. So she gets in the car. I said, "So how'd you do today?" She said, "It was worse today. I still must be sick with that bug." I'm like, This is how the young brain works. This is a classic example of a lack of understanding between actions having reactions. It took her 3 mornings in a row of Choco Tacos for breakfast before it started to sink in. Choco Tacos are not a good thing to eat for breakfast before you go on a cross-country run. But the thing is if I had not allowed her to even experiment with that, in that situation where she had coaching, she had trainers, I'm there, everybody's there, if I hadn't allowed her to do that and I wait until she's out on her own with no guidance at all, nobody around to protect her, then she gets into a situation where she's going to do some serious damage to herself. So this is why we want to start providing choices early on, but we also want to teach skill. What you consume before a workout will have a drastic influence on your capacity to perform, period. It's just science. And so keep that in mind and think about what are other types of choices in explicit instruction that we can start to provide. And then opportunities where kids can use those choices and make those choices and even fail, but in a safe, secure environment so that we can quickly protect them and get them back on track. So think about that in your school system and maybe even in your homes. If you're familiar with the Love and Logic parent training, it's extremely effective. It's used all around the world, but the foundation of it is providing choices to kids early on and teaching them the pros and cons of making those choices. Mind versus brain. Now, our mind influences our brain does not influence our mind. This is epigenetics. Our mind are our thoughts and feelings. Our thoughts and feelings tell our brain what types of chemical reactions to trigger. And then those chemical reactions are then communicated to all of our body systems, good or bad. There are a lot of chemicals and hormones that are involved in this situation, but I just want to reference a couple of them. Very powerful. They're called the performance chemicals. Professional athletes pay attention to these chemicals. So there are 4 battery charging positive chemicals that we need elevated in our brain to an extent. They are oxytocin, dopamine, serotonin, and endorphins, specifically an endorphin called norepinephrine. Those are the ones that charge us up. Those are the ones that increase our critical thinking and our patience and our focus and our capacity to perform. We need those at appropriate levels. And then there is a negative draining stress chemical called cortisol. Too much of it shuts down our performance. But this is how the chemicals work. When cortisol is high, oxytocin, dopamine, serotonin, and endorphins will be suppressed. When the good chemicals are high, cortisol will be suppressed. They're very rarely like this. So it's either you have this or you have this. Now, when cortisol is high, unfortunately what cortisol does is it causes massive inflammation in the body, and then oxygen-rich blood flow does not get up to the brain. So not only does it slow down oxygen-rich blood flow to the brain, but it also shuts down our production of those critical thinking chemicals, oxytocin, dopamine, serotonin, and endorphins. So when cortisol is high, we also are looking for a way to increase those positive chemicals. And so if we wake up in the morning and our mindset is, this is going to be a horrible day. Oh my gosh, I got 53 meetings, 53 problems. People bring in their problems to me all the time. It seems like since I've gone into administration, that's all I'm dealing with is problem after problem after problem. Whiny, whiny, whiny people all the time. I'm tired. I'm overwhelmed. I'm stressed. I'm anxious. I'm drained. I don't have the patience or the critical thinking for today. I should just stay in bed. This is going to be a horrible day. I can tell you right now. Look at me. I'm getting old, packing on fat. This is awful. It's going to be a horrible day. Well, the problem is that mindset, that thought, those thoughts and feelings tell our brain, prepare for attack. And so then what does our brain do? Fight, flight, freeze. Cortisol skyrockets, oxytocin, dopamine, serotonin, endorphins plummet. We've basically just prophesied chemically what we're going to do. And then that chemical reaction is communicated to all of our body systems. All of our body systems go into fight, flight, freeze. But if we wake up in the morning and we say, this is going to be a fantastic day, I have 53 people who are bringing their problems to me because they view me as part of the solution. I should be more concerned when people stop bringing their problems to me. I am so thankful that all of my experiences have given me the knowledge and skills that I need today to help people be successful. I have all the critical thinking, the creativity, the patience, the energy, the favor to help everyone today. Today is going to be an amazing day. Look at me. I am young. I am strong. I am fully charged. I am a fat-burning machine. Fat is literally flowing off my body right now as I speak. Now you laugh, but that type of mindset will prophesy chemically all of those things to happen. You can actually increase your fat metabolization. You can actually influence your oxytocin, dopamine, serotonin, endorphins, and suppress your cortisol, because now you have triggered what's called eustress, which is euphoric stress. It's a positive stress, which is a combination of anxiety and excitement. And you have shut down your distress, which is just anxiety and fear. That's an extremely powerful chemical reaction adjustment that you have just made. That's why mindset matters. This is why professional athletes, I work with a lot of athletes, and this is why when professional athletes get into a slump, what do they say? It's a mental block. Yeah, it is, because they have triggered negative chemical reactions. They've gotten into a negative thought cycle. It's called an OODA loop. And what do we have to do? We got to spend time correcting that OODA loop. It's a lot of times doesn't have to do with more practice. Physically, it has to do with a mental adjustment. So think about how this applies in the classroom. How can we teach this to students? Now, the young brain, our brain naturally has a negative default. This is why, have any of you ever noticed, you can go to bed happy, healthy, positive, feeling good, and you wake up pissy. Anyone? And you think, what just happened? Last night it was so good, and this morning I'm like, oh, this is going to be horrible. I shouldn't even get out of bed today. And you have to take control of those thoughts and feelings. If you don't believe me, I encourage you to read a book. It's a very important book. It's all about gaining wisdom, mastering your thoughts, your actions, your behaviors, because they will determine your level of success. The book is called Proverbs. Turn and talk for 1 minute about one more idea that I've shared with you. Stand up and stretch if you need. We will take a break at 10:15. This is not break time. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Now, why is it important to understand a little bit about neuroscience? As educators, as leaders, the reason it's really important for us to understand neuroscience is because it's really connected to our mission. As educators and leaders and parents and coaches, what is our mission? Our mission is to grow leaders. Leaders grow leaders. Leaders do not create more followers. Leaders grow leaders. Here are 4 important quotes to understand really about this concept. Simon Sinek, of course, he says, leadership is not about being in charge, but about taking care of those in your charge. It's a responsibility, but it's also an opportunity. Not everybody is called to high levels of leadership. And please, just so you understand, your level of struggle and preparation is usually equal to the level of your calling. If you don't believe me, go back and read about David, Esther. John Maxwell, leaders become great not because of their power, but because of their ability to empower. When I think of the greatest leaders in our society, I always think about educators. Because what do we do every day? We do this crap every day, man. This is like education 101 right here. Einstein says, try not to become a man of success, but rather try to become a man of value. How do you add value? Build capacity in others. If you get into being a principal or a superintendent and your system does not operate unless you are there overseeing it, you're not doing your job. The goal is system efficiency, which means I've built capacity into all of my people so that the system runs itself. It's not about me. It's about helping people rise up to their calling and fulfill their capacity and their skills and their talents. And I love what Napoleon said. Now, you probably remember Napoleon from your World Civ history lessons and all that kind of stuff. He was this little guy. He had one goal. I just want to conquer the world. You gotta love somebody who has clear goals like that. How did he get thousands and thousands and thousands of people to jump on board with his one goal? We're just going to conquer the world. He was extremely enthusiastic and supportive, and he operated in hope. We take this section, it's going to give us access to this section. It's as easy as that. But hope, what's interesting about hope is the positive chemical reaction that it triggers. Oxytocin, dopamine, serotonin, and endorphins. It's when we remove hope that cortisol skyrockets. So that's why as leaders, we always want to be focused on positivity and looking for solutions. Leaders who are focused on problems only are not leaders. In order to develop leaders who can do this, where they empower other people, they develop capacity in other people, they grow more leaders, we have to be thinking about what are some of the characteristics that we want to build capacity in. Research shows there are a lot of leadership characteristics, but these are 5 that come up over and over again. They're called the 5 C's. The first 2 are competence and confidence. Competence and confidence in research is called efficacy. And the way that efficacy develops is through knowledge and skills. Wisdom. So competence and confidence. How are you growing your competence and confidence or your knowledge and skills? That's actually the greatest influence on student achievement is efficacy, but not student efficacy, it's collective staff efficacy. If you want to learn more about that, then read Dr. Robert Marzano, Dr. John Hattie's research. It has a 1.57 effect on student achievement. Collective staff efficacy. Does your staff feel like they have the knowledge and skills that they need to help students be more successful? When they feel they have the knowledge and skills they need, then they therefore influence the knowledge and skills of the kids. So efficacy breeds efficacy. But it's an intentional develop of knowledge and skills. And this is what I know after teaching in 3 different credentialing programs. Credentialing programs are, they're not quality controlled, if you will. Some of them are extremely effective, some of them are not. Many states do not even require their professors to have a teaching credential or K-12 teaching experience. It's like a non-surgeon teaching a surgeon how to perform surgery. And so I want you to be thinking about, okay, what are the knowledge and skills that I learned in my credentialing program? But then when I got into the field, I quickly realized I don't have the knowledge and skills here for what is being presented to me. What do I need to develop? And be thinking about that too. Don't commit a suicide. When you take over a school system, don't commit a suicide and think, well, just because I have all credentialed teachers, that does not mean they know how to teach their content, so learning is occurring. We have a lot of teachers who have content knowledge. They're masters of their content, but they are not masters at the delivery of their content. And there's a difference. And so we want to make sure that we're not just focused on that give a man a fish and he eats for the day, but we're actually teaching men to fish. So critical thinking and creativity are the result of efficacy, or competence and confidence. And then finally, compassion is a very high-level critical thinking skill, and it usually develops after all of those other ones have been developed. This is why a lot of people don't ever develop compassion, because they don't do the work to develop the other ones. So always be thinking about, okay, what are the skills that I need to grow in? What do I need to develop efficacy in? Whether it's conflict resolution, whether it's communication, whether it's budget analysis, whether it's effective hiring practices, whether it's teaching content area literacy strategies to my staff so that they can develop lessons that grow knowledge. So be thinking about what are the skills I have, but what are the skills I'm intentionally focused on? A couple podcasts that I really love. I love Anchored in Education podcast. Dr. England, he's a superintendent in the Chicago area. He runs that podcast. I love Michael Hyatt's Lead to Win podcast. It's about all things leadership. It's fabulous. Michael Hyatt, Lead to Win. Dr. England, Anchored in Education. But think about, when you're commuting in your car or you're working out or you're cooking a meal, just have a podcast running in the background and just be growing your skills whenever possible. All right. So we talked about how the young brain is different. There's an underdeveloped prefrontal cortex responsible for cause and effect analysis, emotional regulation, impulse control, organization, and rational decision making. How can we grow those dendritic synaptic connections? Provide explicit instruction. And then they have an oversensitive amygdala, which means their brain is almost always in fight, flight, freeze. The problem is fight, flight, freeze shuts down learning. So we have to intentionally go after decreasing their stress. One way that we can do that is by providing choice. Not all the time, but whenever possible. And then teaching them how to make good choices by helping them to analyze pros and cons of choices. And then giving them an opportunity to have the freedom to use the competence, the confidence, the critical thinking, and the creativity that results from being able to make those choices. So let's talk about the second neuro nugget now. The brain is highly influenced by environment. Trait versus skill. This is important to understand in order to understand this neuro nugget. Traits are things that we're often born with. We're born with a set of talents, gifts, God-given gifts. My gifts are different than your gifts. Everybody's got their own gifts. A lot of people don't do the work so that their gifts truly manifest. They sit on them. I encourage you, don't sit on them. If something is easy for you that is difficult for other people, that means it's a gift. Recognize it, grow it, but then use it to strengthen others. That's why it was gifted to you. I used to be kicked out of class all the time for talking. Now people pay me to show up and talk. If that's not irony, I don't know what is. A skill is something that is intentionally developed oftentimes. We can increase our skill by being aware of our traits or talents and then those areas that we need to grow in. There are certain gifts I do not have. And in some circumstances, I have had to intentionally grow skill in those areas because I needed it. And it's painful. A lot of people think that success is a straight line, but what we really know, what neuroscience shows, is success often looks like this. Right? But successful people intentionally grow their knowledge and their skills. They're very clear. Kobe Bryant, very famous for saying, I have nothing in common with lazy people who blame their failure on others. Success is rooted in hard work and perseverance, period. And we want to teach that to kids, because a lot of kids think you're either born successful or you're not. And they don't realize, you talk to successful people have a heck of a story. Another important thing is, again, a motto that I mentioned before. If it's not an innate trait, then we need to till the skill. That's why we want to raise the level of self-awareness. What are our natural giftings that we can grow even more with hard work and perseverance? And then what are some areas that we need to develop? There are a lot of skills that you'll find as an educational leader that are not natural to you. For example, one communication and conflict resolution skill, I encourage you to get this just tattooed on your arm or maybe write it down somewhere. Because the thing is the higher you go up in leadership, the more stupidity presents itself to you. And so the number one rule when it comes to communication and conflict resolution as a leader is don't argue with stupid. When people come to you with a criticism, they'll come to you with criticism all the time. As a wife of an administrator, I would go into the grocery store to get a, thing of milk for my children so that they could make chocolate milk to go along with their Choco Tacos. And I would be bombarded with parents who would say, why is your husband spending money here and not here? Or why can't your husband just fire that math teacher? That math teacher is mean, horrible. Or why is your husband firing that bus driver? Now, see, the problem is because of confidentiality and all that stuff, you have all this knowledge in the background that you can't share with them. So I can't say, well, that bus driver has actually shown up not once but twice drunk to pick up the bus. And that math teacher is tenured, and it would cost me about $1.4 million to go after that teacher. So instead of me trying to remove them from the classroom, I'm trying to give as much training and support and coaching and mentoring to increase the skills in that teacher because my budget is tight. And I'm spending money here because I have specific funding that's allocated for me to spend money here. But anyway, when stupid comes to you, what I encourage you to say is, that's a really good question. I'll look into that. Or, what are a couple solutions that you have in mind? Would you like to join the task force who's currently working on that problem? I would love for you to come in and do that. All of those things. So just be thinking about what you don't want to do is get into, well, this is because, because before you know it, you're both headed downhill. And a lot of times when people are coming to you with a criticism, it's simply because they're stressed. They want their kids to be successful. And so always keep that in mind as well. They're coming to you because they see you as part of the solution. And so try to bring them into being part of the solution. And a lot of us don't have that as an innate trait. I can't tell you how many arguments I engaged in public places my first year as an administrator's wife because I did not have that as an innate trait. Another idea for us to keep in mind in terms of understanding that our brains are highly influenced by environment is this. Every morning we wake up with a rechargeable battery, our brain. Some of us are waking up fully charged. Some of us are waking up partial or drained. Our choices in our environment influence our battery charge because our choices trigger the chemical reactions that we're putting into play. How many of you have ever tried to make a healthy lifestyle change? Every Sunday night. It's February now, and so most of us who made resolutions, we've long past done away with the resolutions, right? But why is it so hard to make a resolution or make a healthy lifestyle change and actually stick to it? Well, there's a neuroscientific phenomenon that we encounter every day, and it's called decision fatigue. The more decisions we make, the faster our battery drains. The more stressful decisions we make, the faster our battery drains. Guess who makes a lot of stressful decisions? Educators, educational leaders. Studies have been conducted. On average, we make about 200 plus choices a day just regarding food. What we'll watch is another couple hundred choices. How we'll spend our 1 minute of free time as we're transitioning. between activities, and then what we wear. So if we want to wake up fully charged every day, there's a couple important things for us to do. Number one, establish routines. Routines that eliminate your need to make choices. Einstein, Steve Jobs, Zuckerberg, they wear the same freaking thing every day for a reason. They recognize, Einstein recognized this years ago. I have so many important decisions and things I'm trying to figure out. I'm not going to waste time trying to figure out what I'm going to wear. He had 22 of the same brown, gray tweed suits made every couple of years, and that's what he wore every day. Every once in a while on a Sunday, he would switch it up. But otherwise, 99% of the time, he's wearing those suits. So think about, okay, during your busy week, you should never be trying to figure out what you're going to wear and what you're going to eat. That should all be prepped on the weekend. So whether it comes down to on Mondays I wear this, and on Wednesdays I wear pink, whatever it is. That's a Mean Girls movie reference for those of you who don't have teen daughters. But if it comes down to Mondays I wear this, Tuesdays I wear this, or here are all of my clothes all laid out, ironed, ready to go for the whole week, however you figure out your clothing for the week, get those decisions off your plate during your busy, stressed week when you're already working with drained battery charge. And then also think about your meal prep. What is the thing that you're going to eat that's decently healthy that will give you enough battery charge for the morning so that you're making wise decisions? And then make adjustments as necessary, and then prep all that stuff. I like to make I have a protein, fruit, vitamin smoothie every morning, even when I'm on the road. I make the same thing. And so on the weekends, I just prep a little container with my blueberries, my protein powder, whatever it is. I just have these containers or these little bags all ready to go so that I'm not rummaging around in my pantry or I'm racing around trying to find all these things and throw them into my suitcase to be out on the road. And so every single morning I have that one thing, and I have it all prepped, so I'm not wasting time trying to figure out what can I grab in the morning when I'm rushed, whether I'm on the road or at home. So just be thinking about the routines that have to do with self-care. There are 5 things that many people do in their PM routine, that's the 1 hour before bedtime, that actually triggers such a negative, catastrophic chemical reaction, it destroys any chance at all that you have for a good night's sleep. In order to get a good night's sleep, good quality and good quantity, you have to have 2 chemicals very high, melatonin and adenosine. And then you have to have low cortisol. But most of us are doing things that do the opposite, suppresses our melatonin and our adenosine and skyrockets our cortisol. And then there are 5 things that you can do in your PM routine that set you up to have a beautiful, peaceful, calming chemical reaction, and it increases your likelihood of a good night's sleep. There are 5 things that most of us do in the 1 hour that we wake up in the morning, that AM routine, that even if we're waking up fully charged, it's so stressful, it drains our capacity, so that by the time we get into our car, ready to pull out of our driveway, we are so stressed already. And then there are 5 things that you can do in your AM routine that trigger such a powerful positive chemical reaction, increasing your oxytocin, dopamine, serotonin, endorphins, and decreasing your cortisol, that even if you woke up drained, by the time you get into your car, you could have sufficient battery charge. If you want to know more about it, and you want the free templates to assess your own routines and set up your own healthy routines, I send them out in my newsletter. And I have a newsletter sign up right here. So at break, if you want to get on that, go for it. Or you can do it on my website too. You can just Google healthy PM routines, healthy AM routines. But I have the free templates for you that'll come to you immediately in the newsletter. Now, all of us work and live in delicate ecosystems. An ecosystem, it's usually a closed environment that has limited resources. How many of you are science majors and you're like, oh yeah, I totally get it, right? Okay, so in an ecosystem, you have limited resources, and then there are a number of producers who add to or maximize the resources in your system. And then there are a number of consumers who suck the resources out of your system. And in order for a system to survive, you have to develop system efficiency, but you also have to have more producers than consumers. Otherwise, your resources will be depleted. Are you with me? Okay, so in other words, instead of producers and consumers, we can call them chargers and drainers. Now, think of your intimacy ecosystem. Your intimacy does not imply sexual intimacy. It just means these are the couple people that you do life with every day. There's probably a very small group of people. But think of your intimacy ecosystem. You can probably walk into a room at a family gathering, people that you're doing life with every day, and you can probably identify who the drainers and the chargers are in the system. Drainer, 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 charger, charger, drainer. Oh, that one, it depends upon the day. But let me ask you this. How would you be labeled in your intimacy ecosystem? Are you a drainer or are you a charger? Now, your professional ecosystem, you can probably walk into your staff room and identify drainer, 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 charger, charger. In order for your professional system to survive, you must have more chargers than drainers. How do you do that? By building capacity, by modeling it, by meeting needs. Believe it or not, there are some teachers who are drainers who want to go into administration to be a charger. That's not how it works. So how do you know if you're a drainer or a charger? When you walk in the room, do people say, oh man, so-and-so's here, party's over, this person increases my stress, they're such Debbie Downers, negative Neds, can't stand them, they never smile, they never engage, they never have any solutions at all to offer, only problem, 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 problem. In other words, when that person walks in the room, they skyrocket your cortisol. So what types of chemical reactions are you triggering in yourself? Are you treating yourself well so that you can be part of a solution and be a charger? Are you treating yourself well so that when you walk into the room, you're bringing a positive energy into the room and you're decreasing people's cortisol? When you walk into the room, people should say, hallelujah, I'm so glad you're here. I feel better with you just being in the room because I know that you are solution-oriented, not problem-oriented. It makes a big difference. So in other words, what types of chemical reactions do you trigger? This is very important to understand. Because the old days of walking into the room thinking, I'm going to speak softly and carry a big stick and beat the crap out of anybody who doesn't agree with me, guess what? Those days are over. It's about your ability to empower and charge others up. That's how we solve problems, and we are solution-oriented. So turn and talk, please, for 1 minute. Are you a drainer or are you a charger? Do you need to make some adjustments in your self-care routines so that you're waking up more charged on a regular basis? Are you surrounded by drainers or chargers? How can you be a positive influence on them and share some of these ideas with them? 1 minute, go. Stand up if you need. Three, 2, 1. As was mentioned earlier, your success as an educational leader has a lot to do with the relationships that you're building right now. Because even in California, We have 1,100 school districts. That's 1,100 superintendents, public school districts. But even with 1,100 superintendents in our huge state, our educational system is actually pretty small and incestuous, if you will. Superintendents talk, principals talk. And then, guess what? They're also involved in the national organizations. And you think, oh, now we're dealing with tens of thousands of school districts. But guess what? All the superintendents are connected. And so keep in mind in terms of, are you a drainer or a charger right now? And when you start to apply for those positions, how you're viewed is going to have a tremendous influence on whether or not you're even going to get a spot at the table. And so the good thing is that if you tend to be more of a negative, you can make the adjustment right now. Several years ago, I was teaching middle school. I was teaching 8th grade English, history, and remedial reading. And I had been assigned to early morning bus drop-off, parent drop-off loop duty. It was about 30 degrees in a cold January morning. And it's right before the bell rang, and I'm out there in the drop-off loop duty waving to people as they arrived on campus. Here's the bus drop-off loop, here's the parent drop-off loop. And right before the bell rang, this woman in this kind of old, smoky, loud car roared into the parent drop-off loop. She slammed on the brakes. The door opens, and her son starts to get out of the car. And this is what I hear from her say to him as he's getting out of the car. She says, and another freaking thing, you always do wrong. I cannot take it anymore. And he turns around and he looks at her and he says, I know, Mama. And he gets out and he just walks away like this. And this was very early on in my career. This was one of the first times when it occurred to me, man, kids might be showing up at 7:30 in the morning, totally drained. And then the bell rang. Everybody scattered. I didn't get a chance to talk to him or to the mom. But as I'm racing off to teach my first class, I'm continuing to think about, oh, I wonder if that kid's going to have what it takes today to be successful. Can he learn linear equations and persuasive paragraph techniques? And then I was also a little ticked off at the mom, too, because I was thinking, when I'm a mom, I will never do that. This is before I was a mom, right? You always know everything about parenting before you become a parent. Just like you have all these great ideas about leadership before you become a leader. And I was a little ticked off at her because I was thinking, how dare she yell at her kid like that, drain him so much, and then drop him off to us for 7 3/4 hours. Great. Nice parenting. If I ever get a chance to talk to her, I'm going to give her a piece of my mind. So I raced off. I'm teaching my classes, my first period class, my second period class, and I'm still continuing to think about this kid and his mom. And then the third period rolls around, and I'm scheduled for an SST IEP meeting up in the office. Now, I don't know about you, but sometimes in my experience, those can be a little draining. And I knew this one was going to be particularly stressful. So I go up there, the meeting happens, and it's a disaster. Everybody's arguing, there's advocates, there's attorneys, there's like 20 people in the room, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, this is awful. I feel so horrible for this kid, this family, everything, the whole situation. And I walk out, and it's basically one of those meetings where you walk out, everything's on fire. You know, everybody's screaming and yelling, and then you're thinking, okay, wonderful, now this kid gets to come to my class for the 3-period block in the afternoon. It's gonna be great. So as I'm walking down the hallway, I pass the principal's door, and the executive secretary is sitting right there, and there's a couple spots where kids are sitting, you know, to get in to see the principal, and guess who I see sitting right there to see the principal? That same kid. Am I surprised to see him there? No. And I stop, and I think, oh man, there's that kid, all right. So I walk over, and I introduce myself. This isn't actually him, this is a stock photo. Can you imagine if I said, hey, freeze, let me take a picture of you? You're the perfect example of dysfunction junction. It'd be horrible. Anyway, so I stopped. I said, hey, my name is Mrs. Adams. I teach English, history, and reading right around the corner, room 204. What's your name? Okay. How you doing today? All right. Can I help you with anything? Can I get you anything? Now, a couple days before, we'd had a trainer come in, and she had talked about the importance of establishing relationship, how the foundation of great teaching and education and leadership is all about relationship, especially building relationship with kids who are stressed. And so then we practiced all of these relationship building activities. She taught us all these, fun little discussion starters to build great relationship. And I thought, well, this is the perfect time for me to employ some of the stuff that I just learned, because this kid is obviously stressed and he needs a friend. So I said, what's your name? Okay. If you could be any kind of animal, sea, land, air, what kind of animal would you be? What? Okay, I would be a dolphin. A couple days ago, I watched a documentary about dolphins. The cool thing about dolphins is they're super smart, they're very social, they love to have a good time, and they're fierce fighters. I didn't know this, but I learned they can actually kill great white sharks. Did you know that? I actually watched it in the show. It was crazy. And the coolest thing about dolphins, did you know this? They love to hang out in schools. Mrs. Adams, room 204, right around the corner. I'm there from dawn till dusk every day. Stop by anytime. And as I turn to walk away, he whispers, Justin. Justin, nice to meet you. Can I help you with anything? Can I get you anything? Okay. You want to play the animal game with me? Have you ever tried to build a relationship with someone and they basically do this? What are they really saying? Lady, I don't have enough battery charge for you. As much as I'd like to engage in your little dumb game and have you as my friend, it's not going to happen because I cognitively cannot do it. Because relational capacity requires battery charge. So when we try to force relationship on somebody who's drained, we actually increase their stress. Now, he taught me a very valuable lesson, though. He schooled me in this neuroscientific principle. So when I asked him a second time, do you need anything? Can I get you anything? He said no. Wouldn't talk with me, wouldn't play with me, wouldn't engage with me at all. He dismissed me. And the second time I turned to walk away, I said, Justin, if you ever need anything, stop by room 204. I'll be there for you. Second time I walked away, he says, got anything to eat? I said, stay where you are. I'm going to run and get you something to eat. He said, lady, I ain't going anywhere. I ran down to the cafeteria. We have this amazing cafeteria queen. I go in, I say, hey, do you got any extra food you can add to my tab? There's a hungry kid in the office. And she says, absolutely. She gives me a muffin, a banana, and a milk. I race back down there. I give it to him. He takes it, he gobbles it up. And I'm fully expecting him to say, thank you so much for being my savior. Now I am ready to have a positive relationship with you. But he doesn't. I try to ask him another relationship building question. I said, if you had $5,000 to spend and it had to be spent in one day in one store, what store would it be and why? I said, okay, Mrs. Adams, room 204, dawn till dusk, stop by anytime. This time as I turned to walk away, he let me go. But what he taught me was when I am so drained that I can't even have an interaction with you, What I really need you to do is try and meet a need. Because if you meet some of my needs, that'll help trigger positive chemical reactions in me, and then I'll get a little bit of battery charge, where then I might be able to interact with you. I'm not promising anything, but if you love on me and meet my needs today, tomorrow, you might be able to teach me something. Simple neuroscientific principle. Drained, meet need. Because battery charge is required for almost everything. This time when I walk down the hallway, I come past the executive secretary's desk. Now, I don't know about the school systems that you've worked in, but in my experience, the executive secretary runs the kingdom. And you gotta take care of the classified staff. They are not less important than our certificated. In fact, if anything, they're more important. So I approach her desk very carefully. Your Royal Majesty, knower and doer of all good and evil. What do you know about that kid, Justin? And she says, oh, Justin? You know what? Justin gets kicked out of class all the time, but when he's up here, he's never a problem. He's always really quiet. And I said, well, do you know what he's up here for? No, I don't. And okay, do you know who kicked him out? And she said, well, let me look. She pulls up his schedule, and she looks at the teacher, and she says, oh, it's Miss So-and-so, your good friend. And I said, what? Miss So-and-so, my good friend, kicked that little puppy out of class? Are you kidding me? And she said, yeah. And I said, there's no way. Yep. In fact, he's up here quite often out of your friend's class. And I said, there must be a misunderstanding. I'm just going to stop by on the way back to class and find out what's going on, because there's no way she's going to kick this sweet little kid out of class. So bell rings. I'm rushing back to my classroom. I stopped by her room. I said, hey, I just met Justin up in the office, and I saw him this morning. His mom was dropping him off. She was screaming at him. He seems really stressed. He was hungry. Gave him a snack. What's the story with him? Did you kick him out of class? And she said, yeah. And I said, why? And she said, well, when he comes into remedial reading, most of the time, he pulls his hood up, wants to go to sleep. Sometimes I let him do it, but I can't let him do it all the time. This is not nap period. And sometimes it's so frustrating. And I get him to engage, and he just totally shuts off. And she said, so sometimes I kick him out of class. I said, well, how often do you kick him out? She said, probably 2 days a week, at least. And I said, well, how's that working for you? And she said, well, now that you mention it, it's not working. In fact, it kind of seems kind of bad, right? And I said, yeah. Now, in my mind, I'm thinking, I actually have kicked a couple kids out of class, too, for sleeping. But when you see somebody else do it, it looks really bad. And so I said, I think there might be some issues at home. And have you had a meeting with the mom or anything? She's like, no, I haven't. And so she said, well, let's go ahead and email Miss Counselor and see what Miss Counselor knows. So we email Miss Counselor. Miss Counselor says, okay, well, this is the thing. I don't know a whole lot about him, but just looking at the records here, he's a 7th grader. He's been in our school system since kindergarten. He's been in our system for 8 years. He's gotten remediation every year with no improvement. Doesn't seem to be connected to anybody on campus. He's kind of a lone wolf. And I'll call mom. I've never had an SST meeting with mom, so I'll call mom and set one up and see how we can help. And so she emails back later, and she says, okay, the phone number's disconnected. Why don't we go do a home visit after school today? And I thought, I've never done a home visit before. Are they even legal? This sounds a little like stalking to me, right? And she's like, they're perfectly legal. We do them all the time. Meet at the car. We'll go over and visit mom afterward. So we pile in the car. We drive over. They live in this low-income apartment complex right on the edge of our district. And we get out. We go knock on the door. And mom opens the door. And she sees us all standing there in our Sequoia Middle School shirts, you know, and she immediately slams the door. And Miss Counselor says, hey, Mama, Miss Counselor, Miss A, we're here from Sequoia. We're just out and about checking on families, seeing how you guys are doing. It's really cold this time of year. We want to make sure you know about our free family barbecue on campus next week. Are you coming to that? And mom yells through the door, you mean you're not here because Justin is doing something wrong? That kid drives me crazy. He always complains about having a headache. He can't concentrate, can't do his Homework, I work every night. I am not here to babysit him. Can't even take care of himself. He says he doesn't sleep good at night because he's not feeling good. That kid, he eats me out of house and home. That kid, all he wants is food, food, food. He acts like food grows on trees. Can't he see? I got nothing here in the kitchen. The Miss Counselor says, hey, we just want to know if you know about the free barbecue next week. And she opens the door and she goes, so you're not here because Justin's screwing up? No. Free barbecue next week. And Mama says, how am I supposed to know about the free barbecue? Miss Counselor says, well, 5 months ago, we sent home an 87-page packet on the first day of school. It was on page 86. Really small down at the corner. And she goes, I ain't got time for that. I got bad eyesight, I got arthritis, I'm working around the clock. I just throw that crap away. Okay. We also, I don't know if you know this, but at school we have a breakfast and a lunch program, totally free. Is Justin signed up for it? That can really help out with helping him eat at school and take some of that pressure off of you, because growing boys, man, they eat like crazy, but we got a lot of free food at school. And she says, how am I supposed to know about that? This is on page 37 in that packet. Okay, yeah, sign him up. Breakfast, lunch, absolutely. Feed him as much as possible at school. Okay. What about, hey, we have checkups coming up. Has he ever had his eyes checked? Has he ever had a medical checkup? Ever had his teeth checked? Anything like that? We got free checkups coming up at the school. Has he signed up for that? How am I supposed to know about that? Sign him up. Okay. We'll come down to the office tomorrow morning when you drop him off. Come in, sign a couple papers. We'll get him signed up for all that stuff. She shows up the next morning. We get him signed up for everything. We get his eyes checked. He has 2500 vision. Now, I have 2550 vision, which means when I don't have my contacts in, I can't see anything. Got him glasses to fix that. Then we got his teeth checked. He had 11 cavities. No wonder his mouth is bothering him all the time. His head's bothering him. We got him connected into our breakfast and lunch program. We also got him connected into, he was really craving male mentorship. He was asking, hey, are there any like guys on campus that I can hang out with instead of like the remedial reading lady? Which, she and I were our own department, and so we were all offended by that. But really what he's saying is, I need some male in my life, okay? I got a lot of female stuff. So we connected him to one math teacher on campus, one science teacher on campus. They were also the track and cross country coaches. And so he'd hang out in their rooms at lunchtime. He'd get some homework help. He'd get some mentoring. And by the end of his 7th grade year, his skills and grades had improved so much that he was able to be on the track and cross country teams. He went on in 8th grade, continued on, went on in high school, continued on. I'll come back to him a little bit later. But what's interesting is the young brain, when it is totally drained and stressed, it can only do a couple things. It's only got a couple innate skills. And he was demonstrating some of them so perfectly. He was demonstrating flight freeze, zone out. So when a lot of brains are stressed and drained, especially young, an innate skill that they have is, I'm going to zone out. So if we want them to do anything different, we have to provide explicit instruction. Instead of zoning out, try doing this instead. But not all kids zone out when they're drained and stressed. Some kids do the opposite. Meet Marie. Marie, until she was 3 years old, she thought she was living the life. 2 parents, 2 incomes, they had a house, they had a car. She was going to preschool one day a week. She was going to gymnastics a little bit. She had her little girlfriends. She was loving life. And then she clearly remembers one night her dad walked into the living room and announced to the family, I'm leaving. And he walked out. And unbeknownst to her mom, he had stopped paying all the bills the year before. So the house was in foreclosure. The car is going to be repossessed. Their one credit card, the American Express, this was 1979. It was maxed out. And he left. And so all of a sudden, they lose everything. They're homeless, they're living in poverty, and her world is turned upside down. So what do? They start couch surfing at mom's friends' houses. So mom would say, hey, we're going to spend a couple nights at Louise's house. We're going to spend a couple nights on the couch at Rhonda's house. And this happened for several months. And then after a while, they were able to move in with the grandparents who moved into the area, but that wasn't a great situation either. And then mom remarried a couple years later, and her dad remarried a couple years later. But even though she didn't have contact with her dad, she had contact with the dad's new ecosystem and the mom's new ecosystem. And there were a couple people in each of those systems who started to emotionally and sexually abuse her. So horribly. But unlike Justin, she did not go into a zone out mode. She developed what I call the Rizzo effect. Tough girl. How many of you know tough girls? They're everywhere. It's a very natural, innate trait that a lot of young women will develop. And men, tough guy. But ultimately, it is a survival mechanism because their fight, flight, freeze has been kicked on. And they're going to go into fight or face mode. And so what do? They become negative, defiant, argumentative. They build up walls around them. They're not going to let anybody close. She didn't want anyone to know what was going on because she felt guilt and shame. She felt it was her fault. I must be doing something wrong, and that's why they're doing this to me. She was often told horrible things. You will never amount to anything. You are good for nothing. Girls should keep their mouths shut and their legs open. That's all you're good for. And she struggled just holding this all in. She was labeled oppositionally defiant in middle school. She was kicked out of 2 schools. She fought with everybody because she didn't want anybody to know what was going on. And then in 10th grade, she had a teacher come to her and say, I see some skills in you, but there's a lot of fight in you, and the fight covers up the skills. And I'm guessing that a lot of people ask you, what is wrong with you? But I want to know this. What's happened to you? What's going on with you? Because I want to help. And if you're not careful, you're going to end up using your skills to run a prison gang. You're walking a very fine line here, young lady. But I want to help. But the troubles continued. She went on, she married young. She had a lot of fertility issues because of the abuse that she had suffered. She got into her career. And so in the first 5 years, she had gotten married, struggled with infertility, then got pregnant, struggled with infertility, started a career. But over the course of these first 5 years in her career that she thought was actually going to be quite rewarding and wonderful, she ended up gaining 110 pounds, which developed a whole other plethora of other health issues for her. So I'm going to come back to her a little bit later. But my point is this: not all kids will go into zone out mode. So when we see fight mode, again, recognize it. It's just a survival mechanism is all it is. And it's because they haven't been taught anything different. So if we can partner with them and build relationship with them and meet their needs so they trust us, then we can help them to develop skills that will help them to be able to cope in a more beneficial manner that doesn't cause more trouble for them. What is the greatest inhibitor to tilling skill and triggering positive chemical reactions? Stress. There are 2 types of stress. There's eustress, euphoric stress, that's good stress, and then there's distress. And because the young brain has an underdeveloped prefrontal cortex, executive functioning center, and an over-responsive stress response center, the young brain naturally experiences higher levels of stress. And then when you add in environmental factors, such as sleep deprivation, exercise deprivation, or over-exercise exertion, because kids are involved in multiple year-round sports with no rest, that can cause just as much damage to them as not enough exercise. Putting 11-year-old World Series on ESPN is ridiculous. Then you have healthy food deprivation. You have positive face-to-face unconditional acceptance deprivation, and you have too much technologification and social media and violent video gaming. What that does is it skyrockets cortisol even more. This generation under 25 is the first generation in the history of the United States to have a shorter projected lifespan than us, simply because they've had too much cortisol triggered in them for too long. This young brain is very different than the brain of 20 years ago. Anyone who says the brain of today is the same as it was 20 years ago, you are ignorant in what neuroscience shows. Because chemical reactions either increase or decrease healthy brain development. And these kids have had too much cortisol for too long already. So how do we know that? When you hear reports such as females are menstruating earlier than ever before, what that really means is our bodies are aging out. When you start menstruating at 8, that means you're going to enter into perimenopause before 40, which means you're 16 times more likely to develop every type of cancer out there, simply because your body is deteriorating too quickly. That's what that means. So we're headed into major economic issues, health issues, if we don't start recognizing this and paying attention to the chemical reactions and the environment that we are establishing for these kids. It is true that there are certain types of stressors that are very difficult to heal from, especially when they're not identified. And you've probably been learning about them. They're called ACEs, Adverse Childhood Experiences. How many of you have been learning about this last couple years? If you haven't been, you've got to dig into the ACEs research. A great place to start is watch Dr. Nadine Burke-Harris's TED Talk. She was just identified as the new California Surgeon General. I'm going to be honest with you, I don't agree with a lot of political stuff that our California legislators do on either side, whatever, but she is a good choice. She's a good choice. Watch her TED Talk, she's brilliant. But adverse childhood experiences are certain types of trauma that trigger such high levels of cortisol, and they do such damage to the brain and the body that it's real difficult to overcome them. And if we're not intentional about designing environments that heal the brain, then we can have long-term catastrophic mental, physical health, and wellness issues as the result. Now, stress, anxiety, and depression are the 3 most diagnosed mental health issues around the world. They are the #1 reason why people go out on stress and disability. They are costing our economy billions of dollars, and it's all because of chemical reactions. Too much cortisol. Okay, so when a child experiences ACEs, adverse childhood experiences, a traumatic experience, and their fight, flight, freeze switch gets flipped on, the more that switch is flipped on in the first 18 years of life, the more likely it is to become the default for them. Now think about what that means. When was the last time your fight, flight, freeze was switched on? Recently, I was in an unfamiliar area. I was driving through an intersection in a rental car. I had a green arrow. And as I'm going through in my little rental car on this green arrow, this kid runs his red light and he screeches across the intersection and almost slams right into me. And I can see it all out of the corner of my eye, right? Like in slow motion. And my thoughts tell my brain, prepare for attack. So I go into fight, flight, freeze. Right? What happens? Heart rate increases, blood pressure increases, pupils dilate, saliva dries up, stomach starts to churn, because your brain is triggering a chemical reaction that says prepare for attack, and that is now being communicated to all of my body systems. That's why when you're stressed, you will experience multiple symptoms. And even though he didn't hit me, and I drove away safely, for several minutes I was still, and it probably drained my battery, I don't know, 70%, 75%. I was noticeably aware of it. And so think about if you have that switch flipped on so many times in childhood that it becomes your default, and you're just walking around like this. Like you feel continually under attack. That's a real problem. Now, studies show that kids who have experienced 4 or more adverse childhood experiences, they are 400% more likely to develop a catastrophic physical illness because they develop an unhealthy stress management strategy, or multiple. They are 460% more likely to develop a mental illness, such as anxiety or depression. Those are classified as mental illnesses. And then they're 1,200% more likely to actually get into suicidal ideation, not just suicidal processing, but actual planning of, I'm thinking I'm really going to do this, and they start going through the planning. ACEs brains are different. There are the three categories of ACEs, adverse childhood experiences: neglect, physical and emotional; abuse, physical, emotional, and sexual; and then household dysfunction, mental illness in the immediate family, incarceration of the immediate family, violence, particularly against the mother or the primary caregiver, drugs and alcohol, and or contentious divorce. So kids who have experienced those. Now, let me be clear. Of course, there are far more traumatic experiences than this. But these were the 10 that were part of the original ACEs study led by Dr. Folletti. Kids who experience several of these in childhood tend to have too much cortisol in their body, and then oxygen-rich blood flow does not get up into their brain, and they will have hampered healthy brain development. Dr. Eric Jensen talks about this in his poverty book. But I want to be very clear, this is not just for poverty, because I have worked with so many kids who have been well loved and cared for, and they've grown up in poverty. And I've worked with so many kids who have grown up in wealth, and they have suffered all of these. So money is not a predictor of love and care. Stress is not a respecter of socioeconomic status. This image on the right, that is a healthy 3-year-old brain. That's a kid who's growing up in a thriving environment. Lots of oxygen-rich blood flow to the brain. So his prefrontal cortex at the top there is red. That means oxygen-rich blood flow, dendritic, synaptic, neural pathway activity is going on. That's exactly what we want the brain to look like. This scan right here, this is a 3-year-old abused, abandoned Romanian orphan. This kid has had his fight, flight, freeze switched on so many times just in the first couple of years. Look at the gaps in his brain. Because he's had so much cortisol, cortisol decreases oxygen-rich blood flow, which shuts down dendritic, synaptic, and neural pathway connections. If that kid is not identified and treated, his brain will look the same when he's 40 and 50 years old. This is why adult dysfunction is often rooted in childhood trauma. Have you ever met a 50-year-old person who does not have emotional regulation? If you haven't and you become an administrator, you will. Have you ever met a 50-year-old who doesn't have impulse control, rational decision-making, organizational skills, cause and effect analysis? If you haven't yet, you will. Now, every once in a while, we come across a person who's just a jerk. They've grown up with everything, and they're just awful people. That's okay, but they're few and far between. Adult dysfunction is often rooted in childhood trauma. So when you encounter a 40 or 50-year-old who doesn't have executive functioning skills, a lot of times, what do? We commit a suicide. You should have these skills. You're 50 years old. Just like we tell 12-year-olds, you should know how to organize your math binder. We've taught you 3 times. I reminded you how to do it for 7 seconds 6 months ago. Remember, skills do not develop as a result of age. They develop as the result of experience, instruction, and reflection on the experience. If they've had negative traumatic experiences and no instruction, chances are they have never developed the skills. Trauma often is not the fault of the victim, but taking responsibility and healing from the trauma is important. So we have to be aware of this, because not only is an ed leader responsible for the oversight of student health and wellness, but we are also in the largest teacher shortage that this country has ever seen. We are 55,000 teachers short across the country right now. Our teachers are burning out like crazy. And so we have to apply this to our whole school system. And we deal with more adults in our school system as ed leaders than we do kids, believe it or not. And not only will you take on the issues of the students, but you will also take on the trauma of the staff. You'll take on the trauma of the families. But keep in mind, as educators, we are the first responders. And there's a tremendous amount of post-traumatic stress disorder, secondary stress disorder that can accompany being the first responders. And it's time that we get serious about our mental, physical health and wellness, and that we're proactive about it instead of being reactive about it. Now we're going to take a break. When we come back, I'm going to tell you exactly what you can do daily to recharge and heal your brain, and then what you can do in the long run to recharge and heal your brain. And I want to just say, this book, Fully Charged, this is my bestseller, co-written with Dr. P.J. Kaposi, who's a superintendent in Illinois, and Dr. Rosa Isaiah. She is an administrator down here in Southern California. All this research, plus thousands of more strategies, all that kind of stuff, not thousands, hundreds, are all in this book. And it's for sale for you today. I don't ever put this on sale, and I'm paying the taxes for you, and they're $20 out there at the table, cash for you today. So I encourage you to grab a copy of this. This is the book that you need to have as an educational leader.
All right. Thank you so much, Julie, for being such a positive charger for us this morning. We look forward to the second half of your presentation this morning. But before we do, I wanted to just, before we break, I wanted to introduce just two people who will be out front for you. If you have some questions, they're here to serve you today. Debbie Verdesi over here on the side is an advisor in our master's programs, particularly with the admin students. If you have any questions, Debbie will be out front. And then Michael Collins, Dr. Michael Collins came this morning to be with us. He is a master's graduate from our MAED program and just a recent graduate from our EDD program. And he's going to be out front as well at a table to answer any questions you may have on our doctoral program. So thank you. We'll reconvene at 10:45, Julie? 10:45 sharp, okay? Thank you.
highly influenced by environment. And if we don't have a skill, we can till it by providing explicit instruction and experiences that develop skill. Stress, distress specifically, is the type of stress that skyrockets cortisol and shuts down our ability to learn knowledge and skills, and then also sometimes demonstrate the knowledge and skills. This is why high-performing athletes sometimes cannot perform. Okay, so we want to understand it has to do with cortisol levels and how cortisol can wreak havoc on those chemicals that help us to perform. Can someone please just make a quick announcement out there that we're starting and close those doors, and I want to be respectful of your time. And perfect, thank you so much. Okay, and that high levels of trauma and stress actually changes the structure of the brain because it decreases oxygen-rich blood flow to the brain. And then also stress actually causes genetic mutations in our DNA. And so that's why we want to just be aware of this. So can we grow healthy brains? Can we maintain healthy brains throughout life? And then can we recharge drained or traumatized brains? This is a big question for us in the last few years, and especially with all of the research about epigenetics. If we grew up in a traumatic environment and we now have negative molecular chemical reactions that have been triggered in us, can we actually heal them and right them? And research says, yes, absolutely. There are a couple things for us to be aware of that actually have very powerful, positive chemical reactions on us almost immediately. And so I call them battery charging quick fixes. And let me just, this bottom one is not popping up here, so I'm just going to take a look. That's right. Okay. So let me just talk just for a second about many times we develop unhealthy stress management routines when we're young. Either we pick them up from people that we live with or we see, or we've just never seen anything healthy and we don't know that it's unhealthy until it has caused a lot of trouble for us. Now, I travel every week. I stay in hotels all the time, and hotel room walls are very thin. So I can often tell how people deal with their stress in the evenings just because you can hear what they're doing. So let me give you an example. Recently I was traveling. I checked in side by side with this gentleman at a hotel. And as we get into the elevator together, and then we go up, and then awkwardly it comes to find out that we're staying in rooms side by side with each other. And so we go into our rooms, and then within a little while I can hear him on the phone. He's ordering takeout, a delivery service to deliver food to his room. He orders something, it's not a healthy meal, which is okay. You don't have to eat healthy all the time. I get it. I'm Italian. Nothing gives a hug like a box of Twinkies. I get it. But anyway, so it was an unhealthy meal that he had ordered, but then the problem was it didn't sit well with his body. And so quickly after he ate it, I could hear how his body was dealing with it, right? Because he's in the bathroom for like an hour, and it's not good. After that wraps up, okay, then he orders porn. And then after he's done with that, not once but twice, then he gets on the phone and he is talking to somebody about how stressed he is and how problematic it is to be on the road and how his family's a mess and work is stressful, and he's talking super loudly. And he said one of the things he loves to do is he orders stuff from Amazon to be delivered in a box to his house that, one, he doesn't need, and two, he can't afford. And so the thing is that now he is practicing 3 very common stress management strategies that actually in the short term give him a very positive chemical reaction. So when cortisol is high, what does the brain want? Dopamine, oxytocin, serotonin, and endorphins. It wants a quick fix, help me to feel good. And so then we turn to something that sometimes is unhealthy, but the problem is it actually makes us feel good for a short period of time, right? When you're sucking down those Twinkies or the lasagna or drinking your box of wine or whatever it is, right? No judgment, that was Jesus's first miracle. But the thing is, whatever, okay, when it's an unhealthy quick fix, though it gives us a short-term positive chemical reaction charge, in the long run, most of us will recognize, that wasn't the healthiest thing to do. I probably should have done something else. And so what happens is guilt and shame sets in, and then cortisol skyrockets again. And then immediately we're looking for another quick fix, oxytocin, dopamine, serotonin hit, and so we'll turn to something unhealthy. And that's how we get into these chemical dependency, negative stress management cycles. It's an actual chemical dependency that we're dealing with. And that's why if you have dependencies like that, or routines established like that, that are unhealthy, it's so hard to get out of. And so when you try to make a healthy lifestyle change or manage your stress in a healthier way, it's way harder than just saying, oh, I'm just gonna do this, because you're dealing with chemical dependency. And so sometimes if you replace an unhealthy stress management routine with something that's a little healthier, it doesn't immediately kick in as, oh, this makes me feel so good. It's kind of like, I really want to do this, but I'm doing this instead. And it's not bringing me the relief that I want. But in the long run, a couple hours later, you will actually still have elevated dopamine, oxytocin, and serotonin because you're thinking, that was a mature and responsible decision. That's actually going to strengthen me in the long run instead of tear me down and cause more issues. I'm not saying you can't ever have an in-and-out double-double Netflix night, okay? If that's your Friday night thing, whatever. But the thing is if you have unhealthy addictions like that are over and over and over and over again, that's a spot where you want to take a look. Can I make an adjustment there to help regulate my chemicals appropriately? So in place of doing negative, 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 take a look at some of the things that are still quick that we can do that will give us a very positive chemical reaction and help to charge up our battery and decrease our stress. Things like make your bed, things like clean up the dishes. If you've never watched the TED Talk, General McRaven, it was a commencement speech, actually, it's not a TED Talk, make your bed. But it's Admiral McRaven, it's brilliant if you haven't seen it. He actually ended up writing a book about it too. But it's got these 13 principles, I think. And he was a Navy SEAL. He's like one of the highest ranked naval commanders that we've ever had. And he has a commencement speech that starts off with, make your bed. If you want to make a difference in the world, make your bed. And then he talks about all of it. It's brilliant, it's absolutely brilliant. It's great to share with kids. It's part of our 21-day challenge that we do also. Next thing, give a compliment. As a leader and as an educator, it's very important to understand the appropriate way to give a compliment, because it's easy for us to just say, good job. But good job doesn't actually increase dopamine, oxytocin, serotonin, and endorphins, because it doesn't seem genuine to us. The appropriate way to trigger positive chemical reactions when you are complimenting someone is, number one, praise the action. Thank you so much for turning your homework in on time. That shows that you are responsible and mature and using your time wisely. Thank you so much for picking the kids up after school today. I appreciate that you are such a wonderful husband and so helpful and involved in their lives. So you praise the action, and then you praise the trait or the characteristic. That's what triggers positive chemical reactions in them. And when you compliment someone in that way and you trigger positive chemical reactions in them, it actually triggers even higher positive chemical reactions in you. listen and sing to a toe tapping song. Of course, deep breathe, 5 seconds in through your nose, 5 seconds out through your mouth. Do that 6 times. 6 breaths per minute is the appropriate way to decrease your cortisol and increase your calming critical thinking chemicals. That's also a great way to increase your melatonin in the evening if you want to calm down and spike your sleepy chemicals. Explicitly teach social emotional learning, use positive behavioral interventions. And remember, we want to teach a variety of healthy stress management strategies, particularly to kids who might not have healthy stress management strategies. So when I work with kids, it's especially like in juvenile hall and stuff, and you know, I would say, so what do you do when you're stressed? I punch a hole in the wall. Okay, how's that working for you? Well, it gets me into trouble. Okay, I don't want you to get into trouble, I want you to be successful. And so instead of punching a hole in the wall, try doing this instead. And then sometimes they'll say, I don't think that's gonna work for me. Okay, so let's try something else. Do you wanna do jumping jacks? Do you wanna do push-ups? Do you wanna write a letter of apology? Do you wanna go play with the puzzle for a minute, which will kind of just completely like rewire your brain, get you off topic, thinking about something else. And so some people respond to 3 very physical activities. Some people respond to 3 calming activities. Let me sit still and deep breathe and meditate and practice positive affirmations. There are some people who respond really well to that. Some people like a combination of them. So that's why we want to teach. These are healthy things that you can do to help balance your chemicals. You need to play with them a little bit to find out what the best combination is for you. A lot of people don't get enough relief from just one thing. They need to do a couple things. And if you think about how we're designed, right, body, mind, and spirit, a lot of times they have to be body, mind, and spirit activities. That's why a physical activity with a positive affirmation, with a reading of the Bible or a prayer, actually triggers positive chemical reactions, because we're dealing with a lot. It's more than just a physical stress or an emotional stress. So be thinking about that. Now, once we teach a variety of healthy stress management strategies, then we can teach a retell. As a literacy teacher, retell is a strategy that we use to teach critical thinking. So as you're reading, stop periodically and identify, what did I learn first? Then what did I learn? Finally, what did I learn? Or when we're teaching linear equations, what did I do first? Then what did I do? Finally, what do I do? So retell is actually a critical thinking strategy. But when it comes to stress management, we can also dim the lights. That can calm our cortisol down as well. But when it comes to stress management, it's a simple process for us to teach people and remind them that a lot of times when it comes to healthy stress management, it's not a one and done. It's a little bit of a process, especially if you have really high levels of cortisol and you are really drained. So again, these are healthy, quick fixes. And so teach kids, but also get into the habit yourself of, when I am stressed, what do I do normally? What do I first do? Then what do I do? And what do I finally do? Sometimes you might have 4 or 5 steps involved. First, I drink the box of wine. Then I eat the box of Twinkies. And then I order crap that's delivered in a box from Amazon that I can't afford and I don't need. If that's your first, then finally, okay, you might need to make some adjustments to it. So first, identify what is your stress management process that you go to regularly. Is it working for you or not in terms of helping you to trigger positive chemical reactions that charge you up, or is it causing more damage? But explicitly teach kids when you become stressed. First of all, self-awareness is key. Self-awareness is the first competency of social emotional learning. The second competency is self-management. So first, be aware. Are you triggered? Red light, yellow light, green light, that's an easy way for them to be aware. What light are you on right now? Okay, yellow light, let's go ahead and start implementing some stuff. Let's not get to the red light. Green light, you're good to go. You're good, fully charged, ready to sit down, learn, interact. But what we want to do is we want to explicitly teach people who don't have healthy stress management processes, there is a process, and there will be a process that works for you. We might just have to play with it a little bit. And that is so powerful in decreasing anxiety and depression. Anxiety increases when we do not have a systems efficiency process. Stress increases when you don't have a systems efficiency process. And so it's all about, what's my plan? And just knowing that I have a plan is very powerful in decreasing that cortisol. And then another thing to consider, especially educational leaders, you are called on to speak in public all the time for different amounts of time, whether it's 1 minute, 3 minutes, 20 minutes, 4 hours. And so if you're finding, you know what, I am particularly stressed about this, because we know that's the number 2 or number 1 stressor in the world is public speaking. You got to nail it as a leader, because if you can't communicate the problems and the solutions, you're going to have a lot of trouble. And so when we can't communicate clearly what it is we're working on, people fill in the gaps for us, and we can't leave it up to people. We have to clearly communicate all the time. But before we get ready to speak, naturally, our cortisol and our endorphins, they'll be fighting. And so naturally, you will start to sweat. Your saliva will dry up. Your stomach will get the butterflies. How many of you know exactly what I'm talking about? Absolutely, it's perfectly normal. But what you want to do is you want to remind yourself, I am prepared for this. And then you can kind of turn that distress into eustress, okay? Something else you can do to calm that cortisol down is just strike a Superman, Superwoman pose. 2 minutes. Make your body as big and broad and powerful as possible. 2 minutes standing like this increases your testosterone and decreases your cortisol. Dr. Amy Cuddy, she has a brilliant TED Talk all about body language and the animal kingdom and how it relates to humans and all that kind of stuff. But what happens particularly for females, or what are called feminized males, which are males who don't have like a natural testosterone aggressive type of mentality. I'm talking about in the animal kingdom. I'm not trying to make any judgments here, but the thing is what we tend to do is we'll get small when we get stressed. And we're trying to, protect ourselves and everything. But we have been designed to, we can actually, when we take an aggressive stance and a powerful positive stance, it has a positive chemical reaction on us. Also, when you are standing big and tall and strong, remind yourself of past successes. Remind yourself of what success is going to look like. Remind yourself of how it's going to feel when you are successful. And that visualization is very powerful. If you watch professional athletes, they do this all the time because this is part of performance psychology. And then write your 3 gratitudes. That's something that we can do in the morning or at night. That triggers positive chemical reactions. And finally, this one that's down here at the bottom that you can't see. Pay attention to speaking formulas. There are 2 types of formulas for us to follow as public speakers. There's a lot of research, tons of books out there. There's all kinds of courses you can sign up for. But these are the 2 strategies for you to be aware of. When you're giving a lengthy presentation, I highly recommend that you follow the HHH formula, because it's designed to specifically trigger specific types of positive chemical reactions in the audience. So HHH stands for heart, head, hands. And then if you're really good, heart, head, hands, heart. Remember, because great teachers, they always cycle back around to what they started with, because learning is a cycle. Okay, so heart is start with an emotional connection, a story. Funny, or maybe thought-provoking, or it's a success, or it's a problem kid that we're having. But always start with a heart emotional connection. People like to be engaged that way. And then head is your content. This is what you need to know. This is the knowledge. And then hands are the strategies. This is what I want to put in your hand, take with you out the door so that you can actually implement what you learned about the head, the content. And then heart, again, come back and connect to that story that you started with in the beginning. It completes that cycle for the learner, and it really helps to make those connections. So heart, head, hands, or heart, head, hands, heart. And then finally, ratio speaking. Let's say you only have 2 minutes to speak at a board meeting, or a PTA meeting or whatever it is, and you want to be really concise. It's really easy to get off topic once you get up here, especially when your cortisol is high, because it's almost as though, oh my gosh, I can't even remember what I'm supposed to say. So consider ratio speaking. It's just a term that I made up because I taught writing. And in writing, we often teach formulas like Jane Schaefer, Step Up to Writing, Power Writing. They're all formulas is what they are. And ratio speaking is basically identify how many main ideas I want to present versus how many details for each main idea. So let's say, for example, I have 2 minutes to speak, so I want to present a 2-1 presentation. I'm going to share 2 main ideas. Here are 2 problems we are looking to solve right now. And then for each of those problems, I'm going to give 1 detail about it. So it's a 2-1 ratio. Or maybe I want to do a 1-2. I'm going to identify 1 main idea and then have 2 details for it. Your ratios can be any number based on how much information you want to give and how much time. But I highly encourage you to identify how many main ideas and how many details I want to provide for each one of those. That will help people to stay really focused in your message, and it will give you a sense of competence and confidence because you know exactly what it is you're going to share and how you're going to nail it, and you're not going to deviate from that, even if stress gets high. Okay? Now, in terms of self-care routines, these are the 5 things that influence our chemicals more than anything else daily. And I call them the seeds. These are the things that you would do if you had to check into a treatment facility. So you might as well save yourself the trouble. You reap what you sow. So let's make sure we're planting the appropriate seeds. What are the things that have the greatest influence on our mental, physical health and wellness? Well, the first seed is sleep. How much sleep does the mature, healthy brain over 25 need? About 7 to 8 hours a night on average. How much sleep does a young, developing brain under 25 need, and or a traumatized brain that needs a little extra TLC to heal? 9 to 13 hours of sleep a night. And again, in order to get that, you must have healthy PM and AM routines. It's all about the routines. Exercise. How much does a mature, healthy brain need? 150 minutes a week. That's just for brain health. I'm not talking about losing weight or increasing your metabolism or doing anything like that. I'm just talking about brain health and wellness. 150 minutes is 20 to 30 minutes, 5 or 6 days a week. Now, as an educator, I knew, one, either I'm going to have to get up at 4:30 in the morning and go to the gym, which I did a lot of times. I still do. But sometimes I wasn't feeling that. So then I knew I had to take my tennis shoes to school, and as soon as that last bell rang and I'm done with my PM duty, I'm going to put my tennis shoes on and I'm going to walk the campus for 25 minutes. And I'm going to have my little CD player attached to my belt with the greatest, Michael Jackson's greatest hits rolling. And I'm going to be very clear, if anyone wants to come out and join me, you need to be a charger, or at least for these 25 minutes, you need to be in charging mode, because we're not coming out here in bitch mode. And I mean that with the greatest respect that there is. Okay. Efficacy. The young brain under 25 and or the traumatized brain who needs extra TLC needs 60 plus minutes of fun physical activity every day. Fun physical activity. So kids who go to football practice or volleyball practice or basketball practice and the coaches are screaming and cussing and they're Bobby Knighting them. Bobby Knight, one of the greatest basketball coaches of all time, but he had a specific coaching technique. Okay? He was, you're horrible, fix it. Okay? Now it worked though 25 years ago. So his mentality was, I'm going to apply pressure, which will cause them to perform at a higher level. It worked because they had low levels of cortisol. So you can apply some pressure, increase their cortisol a little bit, and get them to go from distress to eustress, and they will perform better. But now you got kids who have high levels of cortisol. So if you come in and scream and yell at them, guess what they do? I'm out. So it's important to understand chemical reactions here. Success is rooted in chemical reactions. So that's why it's 60 plus minutes of fun physical activity every day, no pressure. And if they're going to a stressful practice that's actually increasing their cortisol, that does not count in terms of their exercise for the day. It can actually do more harm than good. That's why it's really important for coaches to be aware of chemical reactions and the culture that they build. Because if their teams are not performing and they're not winning the championships like they need to, it's probably the result of chemical reactions. And so make an adjustment, and then you probably will get more success. Efficacy, again, competence and confidence. Competence and confidence grow from intentionally building knowledge and skills. It's level 4 of Maslow's basic needs. What are you doing to intentionally grow your knowledge and skills? Well, right now you're taking classes. That's wonderful. But what podcasts are you listening to? What books are you reading? Who are you hanging out with? Your immediate circle will have a great influence on your success. If you are the smartest, wittiest, most brilliant person in your circle, you need to get a bigger circle. D stands for diet. Diet is everything we consume. Visually, auditorily, lingually, dermally. Our skin is our largest organ. It's extremely permeable. Whatever we slather on, within a couple minutes, it's coursing through our bloodstream. So pay attention to the products that you're putting on. But I encourage you to implement the half principle. And this is the bare minimum for us to be considering, okay? And so in terms of our food, at least half of our food should be unprocessed and organic, at least. Start off with your breakfast first, if that's the easiest one to tackle. At least half of our day should be spent in a fast. That's a 12-hour fast a day. So 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. And the reason is because it takes a lot of time for our gut to digest stuff. And so when we're continually inputting, it does not give enough time for it to balance. Our gut does not multitask. So either it is eliminating toxins and decreasing inflammation, or it is holding on to toxins and increasing inflammation. It does not do both. So a 12-hour fast is the minimum recommendation for us. And of course, you're probably hearing more about the intermittent fasting, which is 16 hours, 20 hours, whatever. The recommendation is at least a 12-hour is good for a lot of people. And then half of our body weight should be consumed in ounces in water. And so a 200-pound person should be consuming 100 ounces of water a day to help keep our gut balanced, but also because all of our body systems rely on that hydration. And when we're just a couple percent dehydrated, it can actually have really drastic influences on our cortisol levels. Our cortisol skyrockets pretty quickly when we get into dehydration mode. You will have to go to the bathroom a little bit more in that first week or two as your body is adjusting to that additional liquid. And so if you're still a classroom teacher, consider that. But after your body adjusts, you won't have to go to the bathroom so much anymore. And then finally, the last half is, half of your day should be spent in a digital detox. So what I try to do is I try to fast from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. and I'll just shut my devices off at the same time so that it's kind of all timed together. And it's just a good message to my brain and body. I'm going into my PM routine now, slowing down a little bit, and I'm intentionally doing things that will help me to get a good night's sleep. The last S stands for social connectedness. Social connectedness is actually one of the greatest influences on whether or not we will live a long, happy, healthy life. But you have to be careful with social connectedness. True social connectedness is triggering smiles or positive chemical reactions in strangers and acquaintances throughout the day. So how many times do you cause a smile in other people throughout the day? Are you making eye contact? Are you having a positive interaction with them, whether you know them or not? The more, the better. And the more positive chemical reactions you trigger in people, the greater positive chemical reaction happens in you. But then it's also important to consider there are 3 types of relationships or social connectedness that you should always have in your circle, and you should strive for them always. So 3 types of social connectedness and relationships to always have are: number 1, you should always have a mentor, at least one, or a coach. Successful people always have a mentor and a coach. Success doesn't happen alone usually. I serve as a coach for a lot of administrators. And so sometimes you have to pay for one if you don't have one, if you don't know one. But look around your professional circle and your personal circle right now. Who can be a personal and professional mentor to you? And actually ask them. I would love to learn more about the skills that you have, because I think it would help me be successful too. Would you be willing to help mentor me in those? Most people would say, absolutely. The second type of relationship in social connectedness that's important for you to have is an equal. Someone who is running a similar race as you. Someone you can celebrate with, but also commiserate with a little bit. And then the last type of social connectedness that's important to have is a mentee. Who are you pouring into intentionally? Who are you speaking life and encouragement to? Who do you go to and say, you know what, I see so much in you, and I want to help you be successful? It might be your students, it might be a brand new staff member, it might be a family member who is struggling, it might be a community member, whoever it is. But mentor, equal, mentee are the three types of social connectedness that give us balance in our relational skills. And then also, how many times are you triggering positive chemical reactions in people throughout the day, especially those people who are not in your close circle? Are you being intentional with positive interactions? It's amazing how many times I'm on a campus, and sometimes I get hired to do 1.5-hour staff meeting training in the afternoon. Sometimes I'm there for an 8-hour day. Sometimes I'm on a campus 10, 12 times as an instructional coach or a leadership coach. But it's amazing how many times I walk through a campus and I'll walk past the adults, all kinds of classified and certificated staff. Not a single one will make eye contact with me, let alone greet me, ask me who I am and why the heck I'm walking through the middle of the campus. Just for safety reasons, we should be doing that. But this is the thing, I'm a 6-foot-tall blonde woman. I stick out on a campus. It's not like you can't see me. And so imagine, though, being a kid, and you're walking past all these adults all day long who don't even acknowledge your existence. They don't even make eye contact with you and give you a little nod. And so always be thinking about, okay, 4 before the door. It's just a simple strategy that we can employ. Make eye contact, greet the person by name or hello, how are you, if you don't know their name. Have some type of positive interaction and smile. 4 before the door. I'm going to do those 4 things with people before they exit our doors. You can do that with your students every day, or maybe by the end of the week. If you're a high school teacher and you have hundreds of students, make it a goal. I'm going to have 4 before the door with every kid before they leave on Friday. Maybe I can't have it with every kid every day. But 4 before the door, simple strategy. Hyatt, I work with Hyatt and their leadership team, and they have several customer service policies that can be really effective, but they have a policy, if you're within 10 feet of someone, you make eye contact and smile, and then within 5 feet, you have a positive interaction. How can I help you today? And so you can also have that 10 feet, 5 feet principle as well. Simple strategies that we can employ to just raise our level of awareness about intentionality. Okay, so have battery charging daily quick fixes that have a positive reaction on our battery charge and our chemicals. And then also think about planting the seeds. These are long-term self-care routines that we can employ. These are the things that have the greatest influence on our chemicals throughout our life. And so we want to pay attention to the types of seeds that we are planting. Now, if you want to have a mental, physical health and wellness and build relationships and positive chemical reactions, whether it's with your students or your family or your staff or whatever it is, I encourage you to take the 21-day fully charged challenge. My co-authors and I, we developed it. It's totally free. It's on our website. But it's 21 days of explicitly focusing and learning about these things. We have all kinds of resources on our website, totally free. And then we also have 21 days of a little relationship building, creative, critical thinking activity that goes along with it. And so be thinking about, you know what, this is a good time of year to do a 21-day fully charged challenge. And it's a great way to reset your chemicals and charge your battery up again. Okay, please turn and talk for 30 seconds about one of those ideas. Which seeds are you planting? Which seeds do you need to focus on a little bit more? How can you share this with your friends, family, and colleagues? Go. Okay, 3, 2, 1. So what does neuroscience say about maximizing cognitive capacity, about getting our battery charge up long term? What is something that it's really important for us to understand if we want to design environments that grow success? Well, neuroscience says success is not by chance, but by design. In order to design an environment that consistently charges up people's batteries and is a place that they want to be part of. In other words, how do we design an environment that people are running to get into instead of running to get out of? And that applies to our students, our staff, and our families. I love Richard Branson's quote. He's the Virgin Airlines founder. Because a lot of educational leaders have this mindset of it's all about the kids. It's actually not all about the kids. You have to be careful with that. It is, but it isn't. It's much bigger. You're dealing with a system, and there's a lot of adults. There's more adults in the system. The educational system in the United States has contact with 100 million adults every day. We have contact with less students than that. But it's important to understand our system is more than just kids. And we have a stressful profession. Education glorifies martyrdom. We glorify those who work 20 hours a day, and then they burn out after 10 years because they're so mentally and physically sick. And what do? We give them awards. Oh my gosh, you're the greatest. I want to aspire to be like you. Stop. Stop. We're in the greatest shortage we've ever seen. We can no longer perpetuate that. We have to be honest, and we have to be responsible in caring for mental, physical health, and wellness. We must be planting the seeds. And a system works much more efficiently when we are proactive instead of reactive. Once our resources are drained, it takes a lot more energy to get the train going than it does when you're already having momentum. So we must be proactive about that. So we have to model the importance of having hobbies, of exercising, of eating decently, of caring for our spiritual, our emotional, and our physical health and wellness. Okay, so what's important to understand here is if we want to design an environment that people are running to get into instead of running to get out of, don't make the mistake that a lot of educational leaders make in thinking we're only here for the kids. And so what I want you to think about is Richard Branson's quote. He says, yes, my company is to serve our clients. But if I want my people to serve our clients in the most effective way as possible so that our clients are coming back over and over and over again, we have to establish this principle. And that is, I'm going to train my people so well that everybody wants to steal them. They have the highest level of knowledge and skills and efficacy in our industry. Nobody even compares. But two, I want to treat them so well that they will never leave me. Now, in order to do that, if we want to design an environment people are running to get into, young brains, mature brains, traumatized brains, you name it, the whole gamut, we have to be able to say yes to 2 questions. Are you ready? Okay. Number 1. Got sex. This is an acronym. And then number 2, got skills. Success is rooted in sex and skills. Success is rooted in sex and skills. Success is rooted in sex and skills. That is the fully charged principle. Sex stands for social emotional ecstasy. It's called a lot of other things, but this is what I call it. And I got the idea from my pastor who preached a sermon on it. How many of you know your church will be full if you say, hey, next week I'm talking about sex? Social emotional ecstasy. What is it? It's when your chemicals are appropriately balanced. And you're fully charged. I have appropriate levels of oxytocin, dopamine, serotonin, and endorphins, and I have low levels of cortisol. And in that situation, for any period of time, then I will have adequate battery charge. How do we get it? by planting the seeds. Remember, those are the 5 most influential things that influence our chemical reactions. But guess where the seeds come from? Maslow. Let me explain. The bottom level of Maslow. Now, Maslow and his colleagues, they studied 2 groups of people. They studied personally and professional successful people who were killing it. And they asked them a series of questions. When you were growing up, did you have this? Did you get enough sleep? Did you get healthy food? Did you feel safe and secure? Did you have positive, unconditional acceptance relationships? Did you have an opportunity to develop knowledge and skills, and then opportunities to apply those knowledge and skills so that you could have a sense of accomplishment and develop self-esteem? Most of the time, successful people would say, yeah, I grew up with that. And then they studied another group, social deviants, people in prison. They asked them the same questions. When you were growing up, did you have sleep and healthy food and shelter? Do you feel safe and secure in your home and in your community? Did you have positive, unconditional acceptance relationships? People who said, I love you even if you fail. Did you have an opportunity to intentionally develop your knowledge and skills, and then opportunities to employ those knowledge and skills so that you could have a sense of accomplishment and self-esteem? So here's the question. Now you've made bad choices and you're in prison. If we start supplying all those things to you, can we help to increase your success? And guess what? Yes, they could. So if you think about Maslow's hierarchy of basic needs, that's the first growth mindset mentality right there. If you don't have what it takes to be successful, can you go from suck to successful? And guess what? Research has shown for decades, yes, you can. So when we get sleep and healthy food, and exercise actually has been added to that bottom need now because many of us have very sedentary lifestyles. But when we get those basic needs met, that triggers positive chemical reactions, decreases our cortisol, and it gives us battery charge. And then when we feel safe and secure, that triggers positive chemical reactions that increase our battery charge. And then when we have unconditional acceptance relationships where people are telling us, I love you even if you fail, triggers positive chemical reactions, gives us battery charge. And then when we intentionally develop our knowledge and skills and can apply them and have a sense of accomplishment and self-esteem, then we are fully charged. Those 4 levels of need must be met. And then we have the capacity to reach what's called self-actualization. Self-actualization is a fancy way to say creative critical thinking. Creative critical thinking is otherwise referred to as Bloom's taxonomy. Remember, understand, apply, analyze, evaluate, create. What type of creations are we creating in Bloom's taxonomy? We're creating solutions. But so many times in education, we have this reversed. As a remedial reading teacher, I can't tell you how many times a student would be struggling. We would assess Bloom's, okay, you're struggling with literacy and or numeracy or both. So what do? We force feed more remediation to drained batteries. In order to learn this and demonstrate this, you must have battery charge. It's very, very difficult to learn and demonstrate these skills when you're totally drained. How many of you know that from personal experience? Yeah. How many of you know sometimes when you get home, you're drained and someone will say something like, so what's for dinner? And you're like, what? Are you crazy? Do you have any idea what I have done today? You know what's for dinner? Whatever you're fixing. Okay. Creative critical thinking requires battery charge. Even if I have the skills, in order for me to demonstrate them, I must have some battery charge. It's very few people can develop the skills and or demonstrate them when they're drained. How do we charge them up? By meeting needs. Brian taught me this, or excuse me, not Brian. Justin taught me this. I'm totally drained right now. I can't even have a positive interaction with you. Meet some need. Help me out here. So that means, if this is the case, if neuroscience is saying, if we're force-feeding this, but kids are starved for this, then we're draining precious resources in our ecosystem. So in addition to assessing Bloom's literacy and numeracy, we should also assess Maslow. Where can I get some free youth and adult brain Maslow assessments? In the Fully Charged book. Or in the newsletter, totally free. But this is important to understand. Many times we force feed that and they're starved for that. If we want to conserve our precious resources and our time and our energy, we will reverse the equation for anyone who is struggling. Because chances are it's a social emotional ecstasy issue. It's a deficiency that hasn't been met. As soon as we meet it, that will give them positive chemical reactions and battery charge, where when we apply this, this will actually work. And guess what? Once I learned this principle and I went back into the classroom and started applying it, success skyrocketed. But before, I was like, just read it one more time and apply these 55 more strategies. I don't know why it's not clicking with you. And meanwhile, the kid is like, it's a miracle he's even sitting up in my chair. Here's an easy way for us to remember this principle. You got a Maslow before you bloom. And this applies to us also. Self-care. Social emotional learning is rooted in teaching the seeds. So any social emotional learning program that's out there that's not actually teaching mental, physical health and wellness and practicing you got a Maslow before you bloom, that's not a social emotional learning program. Nicholas Ferroni. He says, students who are loved at home come to school to learn. Students who aren't come to school to be loved. So when we force feed learning, when a kid's really craving love, I'm just telling you, you're going to waste your precious resources for that period of time. Flip the equation, and love can be just meeting needs. And then that gives them battery charge, and then we can establish relationship. This is also the missionary mindset, if you think about it. Missionaries don't go into an area of need and say, repent right now, you're all going to go to hell. What they do is they go in and they meet need. They dig wells, they build schools, they supply basic Maslow needs. And then people are charged up, they're feeling better, their basic needs are met, and then they wonder, why are you doing this for me? And then that opens the door for them to be ministered to. And so it's a simple neuroscientific principle for us to keep in mind and can increase our system efficiency. Now, you might be wondering, what are a couple Bloom strategies that you're talking about, Julie? So when I first started, I started training teachers 17 years ago. And I didn't know a lot of this stuff. I knew a little bit of it, but I was focused on teaching critical thinking, literacy, and engagement strategies. So I have 100 strategies that I teach, everything from note-taking, vocabulary acquisition, 10 pre, 10 during, 10 post strategies, fluency, structured engagement, discourse strategies, you name it. I got it all. And so I'm going to show you right now just a couple effective strategies that once I started to meet a little bit of need, these are the ones that kids would say, I want to use, can I use that strategy? Can I use that strategy? Mrs. Adams, oh, can I use 2 of those strategies? And I would say, what? You want to use 2? Are you crazy? Absolutely. So let me just share with you just a couple simple strategies, because not only is it important for us to understand the neuroscience and the social emotional ecstasy aspect, it's also important for educational leaders to have a toolkit of a couple critical thinking strategies that you can help teachers with. And so I'm going to switch over right now, in just a minute, to a different presentation. I'm going to go. Where's my play? Right, am I not seeing it? Am I seeing it? Right, share? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay, here we go. Is it up? How do I close that? Okay, here we go. I want you to make a prediction to the meaning of this text just from this excerpt from a text. Okay, I woke myself up. Think quietly to yourself for 10 seconds. We're practicing the skill of predict. Simple strategy, very effective. 10 seconds. I predict this passage is about what, based on that excerpt. I woke myself up. No talking, no Googling. Okay, now turn and talk and share your prediction with your partner. What do you predict the passage is about? There's no right or wrong right here. Make your best guess. All right, here we go. Now, that simple strategy right there, predict, is a powerful strategy. We can have students stop periodically throughout our lessons and have them make a prediction. Based on what just happened, what do you predict is going to happen next? That simple process spikes their dopamine and their oxytocin and increases their curiosity. Dr. Judy Willis, she talks about this all the time, the power of curiosity, just by having kids make a prediction. Because what we're doing now is in anticipation of finding out whether we were right. It triggers these really positive, cool chemical reactions, and it charges us up a little bit. Now, when we find out, that doesn't even matter, because we're getting a battery charge right now. I'm creating the suspense. Don't you want to know if you were right? Is this metaphorical? Is it symbolic? Is it Jesus waking up in the tomb? Let's find out. It comes from a poem. It's called "'Cause I Ain't Got a Pencil." You might have heard it. I'm going to read it to you really quick. By Joshua T. Dickerson. I woke myself up because we ain't got an alarm clock. Dug in the dirty clothes basket because ain't nobody washed my uniform. Brushed my hair and teeth in the dark because the lights ain't on. Even got my baby sister ready because my mama wasn't home. Got us both to school on time to eat us a good breakfast. Then when I got to class, the teacher fussed because I ain't got a pencil. Was your prediction correct, yes or no? No. Okay, that's all right. It's no problem. No problem. Let's flex some more critical thinking skills with this same poem. Let's practice retell. I mentioned retell before. Retell is first, then, finally. I'm going to read the poem to you one more time. I woke myself up because we ain't got an alarm clock, dug in the dirty clothes basket because ain't nobody washed my uniform, brushed my hair and teeth in the dark because the lights ain't on. Even got my baby sister ready because my mama wasn't home. Got us both to school on time to eat us a good breakfast. Then when I got to class, the teacher fussed because I ain't got a pencil. Turn and talk, please, with your neighbor and complete a retell. First this happened, then this happened, finally this happened. You have 30 seconds, go. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Now remember, can I apply this strategy when I'm teaching stress management? Yes. Can I apply this strategy when I'm teaching linear equations? Yes. Yes. I can apply this strategy when I'm teaching any skill at all. I can use this strategy with fiction and nonfiction text. That's why these are all content area literacy strategies. These are things I can use across the board. I can use these with first graders. I can use these in my AP Gov class, and I did. And the way that I increase rigor is not by changing my strategies. You can, but you don't have to. You can have the same toolkit of the 5 or 10 strategies all the time. You change your rigor, you increase your rigor through your content. If my kids are reading their AP Gov book, it's hard to figure out what the retell is. But the strategy remains the same. So don't feel like you got to have an exhaustive list of strategies. That has to change whether you're working with first grade teachers or AP Gov teachers, because I'm here to tell you, have a consistent set of strategies that works across the board, and the rigor changes from the content, not from the strategies. Next strategy, summarize. Could you turn and talk with your colleague right now and answer the reporter's questions? Who, what, when, where, why, how for this text? Yes? How many of you want to see the poem again? And that's no problem at all. How many of you feel like, I feel like I've seen it twice now, I could do it? Okay, try it. Who, what, when, where, why, how, go. Let's see. All right, 3, 2, 1. Let's make it a little bit harder. Let's try another strategy. Let's take our who, what, when, where, why, how, our summary. Now, summary is often confused with retell, but they're different critical thinking skills. Notice we're going from easier to hard. Predict is easy. There's no right or wrong. Retell, simple chronological order. Summary, now I'm getting a little deeper. Who, what, when, where, why, how. What if there's no when? That's okay. Just answer the ones that you can. How can I increase the complexity of this? You can turn each one of those into a sentence. Write a sentence about the who, write a sentence about the what. And then you have a summary paragraph. This is what we want to teach kids when we're teaching them to identify the main idea. I've had kids tell me all the time, Mrs. Adams, what's the main idea? And I would tell them, it's the important stuff that sticks out to you after you've learned something. And then they would say, but when I write it out and then I turn it into you, I don't get a good grade. So what if my main idea is different than your main idea? And when I first started teaching, I used to tell kids this all the time, then you're wrong. Forgive me, when I see kids that the first 2 years that I taught, the first thing I say to them is, I am so sorry. I will donate to your therapy sessions. I just didn't know. I thought it was all about content, 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 content. And if you didn't get it, that's your fault, because I taught it. Check your problems at the door. You need to borrow a pencil from me, leave a shoe. I used to pencil shame all the time. All the time. And let me tell you, if you're a pencil shamer, stop it. Because nobody wakes up to suck. This poem is so perfect because it perfectly blends what it is that so many of us are dealing with. All of us are dealing with this stuff all the time. And when we neglect the fact that what happens out there impacts what's going on in here, then what we're doing is we're dismissing the thousands of pages of research that show Maslow before Bloom. And I'm also going to give you a couple words that you get to use in your 20-word summary sentence. So in your 20-word summary sentence right now, you get to include pencil, teacher, and school. I'm giving you those three. Those are 3 gimmies. If you want to earn a couple points extra credit, please incorporate mama, sister, and dark. Turn and talk right now for 45 seconds. Complete a 1-sentence summary, 20 words exactly, with your colleague, or on your own if you want. Please be sure to include pencil, teacher, school. Those of you who want to go for a little extra credit, get those other ones in there as well. 45 seconds. Can you do it? Yes, you can. Go. One complete sentence, 20 words exactly. right, 10 seconds. Who can share with us really quickly? A news flash. One complete sentence, 20 words exactly. And when you share, I have a gift for you. Yes, sir, nice and loud and clear. Use your best leader voice right now.
My best, I'm sorry. Okay. Boy who got in trouble at school with teacher for no pencil, who got sister ready in the dark.
Perfect. Give him a round of applause. Woo! That was beautiful. All right, I'm going to give you a gift. I'm going to give you fully charged 140 battery charging Maslow and Bloom strategies for students, parents, and staff. And then I'm going to give you the number 2, fully charged systems. This one just dropped, story, science, and strategies to skyrocket success. This one is number 1. This one is number 2. All right, come up and get these afterward, okay? Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, do we need an exhaustive list of strategies as ed leaders in order to provide feedback to people? Nope. No, look at me, I'm so skilled now. Woo, 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 woo. I'm gonna shut that one down. All right, here we go. All right, let's bring this sucker in for a landing. Now, I believe that our school systems should compete with Disneyland for the title, the happiest place on earth. We should be full of hope, encouragement, support, social emotional ecstasy, and skills. And when we provide that, people will be running to get in, banging on our doors to get in, instead of banging to get out. How do we do that? A simple way. Simple neuroscientific principle. The more we smile and laugh, lower our cortisol is. That's why now a lot of people who are being prescribed chemotherapy for cancer treatment, they're also being prescribed laughter therapy, 30-minute laughter therapy sessions after their chemo treatments, because laughter heals the brain and body. That's how we know we're divinely designed. Also, something else, something I always wondered when I first started learning about the neuroscience is, God, why did you design such an underdeveloped, underprepared young brain? Is it a flaw in the design system? And you know what he has made so clearly to me? He said the reason the young brain does not come out fully developed and activated with everything it needs to be successful is because then they would have no need for us. God values and respects and desires the family, the community, the relational component more than anything, because it would be so easy to just have them pop out with everything they need. It would save us a lot of stress. The brain does not differentiate between fake laughter and real laughter. When you feel like crying, I encourage you to laugh. How much laughter do you need to decrease cortisol and increase oxytocin, dopamine, serotonin, and endorphins? 5 to 10 seconds. Good belly laugh. We're going to practice it right now. When I say 1, 2, 3, I want you to break out into the loudest, most raucous laugh, and I want you to maintain it for 8 seconds. It's going to seem awkward. Your cortisol is going to spike in the beginning, but I promise it'll go down at the end. All right, I'm going to do it with you, too. It's going to be hard for a couple of you. A couple of you haven't even cracked a smile today so far, and that's a shame, because if you've been paying attention, you would have noticed I'm actually really funny. So here we go. When I count to 3, I want you to just laugh, 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 laugh. If you are going to be successful as a leader, you will have to laugh. Otherwise, it will kill you. You can quote me on that. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Woo! That's good. Now take a nice deep breath in through your nose. Exhale out through your mouth. One more time, nice deep breath in through your nose. Exhale out through your mouth. That's very effective therapy right there. I'm going to show you 4 very funny jokes, so get ready to laugh. Are you ready? Yes. All right, here we go. Yesterday, I paid off all my student loans. Here's a picture of me celebrating. Now, that's actually not the joke, so don't laugh. No, this is actually a true story. My husband and I, we've been married 24 years, and then just this last year, we paid off all of our school loans. Because how many of you know, it's expensive to be educators, it's expensive to be administrators, but it's worth it. It's worth it. And so this is an actual picture of my husband celebrating just yesterday. It's been a long 24 years, let me tell you. And we've traveled many roads, and not very many of them have been paved. All right, here we go. My memory is so bad.
How bad is it?
How bad is what? I don't even remember what the heck we're talking about. All right, funny joke number 3. If robbers ever broke into my house to search for money, I would just laugh and search with them. Where should we look? All right, last joke. Teacher, Johnny, where is your homework? Now, how many of you had a school marm who looked like this when you were in school? Marms is what we used to teach them and call them. I had one like this. Her name was Mrs. G. She scared the bejeebies out of me. I had her in 2nd grade. Her only saving grace was if we aced our math facts quiz every week, we would get a scratch and sniff grape sticker. Boy, I studied like crazy, and when I would get one, I would scratch that sucker and inhale it. It was so good. It was so good. So anyway, here's Johnny with his brilliant 5 C's leader: competent, confident, critical thinking, creative, compassionate, hysterical response. Johnny says this: I lost it fighting a kid who said you weren't the best teacher in the school. I want Johnny on my team. I want 5 C's leaders on my team who are going to build relationship and solve problems. In conclusion, we've talked about the 3 neuro nuggets today. It's important that you understand, you keep these in mind when you are making decisions that influence our school systems. These are the 3 things that you need to keep in mind. These are rooted in research. It's everywhere. Don't change a thing if you are waking up fully charged every morning. But if you or a couple people that you work with and you serve and you interact with are working up with less than a full charge, then you must make adjustments. Where do you make the adjustments? Social emotional ecstasy in your mental physical health needs, rooted in Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and or your knowledge and skills development. If you don't have a skill, there's no shame in that. There's no guilt in that. Build it. Build it. Essential questions that we started off with. How does the young brain differ from the mature brain? How can we strengthen and serve young and mature brains to skyrocket success? Okay? Remember, understand the neuroscience. Success is triggered by chemical reactions. How do we trigger chemical reactions? We have to implement battery charging quick fixes every day when we notice we're getting drained. We want to establish routines so that we're eliminating unnecessary decisions so that we maintain our battery charge throughout the day, because when our battery charge goes down, so does our self-discipline and our creative critical thinking. And then we want to plant the seeds that increase our social emotional ecstasy and our skills capacity. What happened to Justin? So as I mentioned, we got him into the food program, we got his medical needs taken care of, we got him connected to mentorship. In other words, we met his Maslow needs. Then he's fully charged, and then he's able to start learning those Bloom skills, illiteracy and numeracy, and demonstrating those skills regularly. He went on into high school, he became a scholar athlete, he graduated from high school with full ride scholarship for track and cross country. He went off to college on full ride academic athletic scholarships. He graduated from college. Justin recently graduated from law school. He is a victims advocate attorney right here in Southern California, and he is killing it. What happened to his mama? Come to find out, his mama, she didn't have bad eyesight, she didn't have arthritis. She had grown up in poverty. Her family had died. There was no one else left. Justin was the product of a one-night stand, didn't even know who the father was. She was overwhelmed, and not only that, she had been sexually abused for years. She was an ACEs child who had never gotten the support and the health that she needed. And so here she is, her eyesight's not bad, she's functionally illiterate. So we got her connected to the social emotional counseling. We got her adult literacy classes free in the community. She got her GED. She went on to get her AA. She is now a victims' rights assistant advocate in the same office as Justin. She's remarried. She's living a happy, healthy life. She's thriving. Now, I don't tell you these stories because these are a success. I tell you because there were a lot of times I was so drained that I did not reach out. I did not grow curious before growing furious. There were so many times I walked away. I said, you know what? I tried to be nice to that kid. He just shunned me. Not my problem. But guess what? It is our responsibility, it is our opportunity, and it is our calling. I tell this story also because Justin's mama schooled me in a very important lesson, and that is, don't ever judge somebody by the chapter that you walk in on. Their story has more twists and turns in it that you could possibly imagine. And you might view them as a villain right now, but if you knew all the plot twists that they've dealt with, chances are you would view them as the protagonist and a hero. Because nobody wakes up to suck. What happened to Marie? Marie grew up. She'd been abandoned by her father. She had been abused by multiple people. She had pushed everybody aside, built up all these walls to protect herself. She had acted out over and over and over again, and now she was headed for disaster. She had so many relationship issues and emotional issues and physical issues because she had never developed healthy stress management strategies. But the thing is she got the help that she needed. She married a wonderful man. She got the mentoring, and she started planting those seeds: sleep, exercise, efficacy, diet, and social connectedness. She intentionally developed her knowledge and skills. How do I know that you can overcome trauma and go on to be a person of value? How do I know? Because she now travels all around the world and she teaches people how to do it. How do you do it? You turn your test into your testimony. There is no guilt and shame in trauma. None. None. What are we called to do? Help others do the same. How do I know? Because she is me. Juliana Maria Sophia Rochelle. I started by telling you a story that had good news and bad news in it. The bad news is the young brain is different, and it's highly influenced by environment, and a lot of kids are coming to us very traumatized. And if we don't identify it and treat it, they will turn into traumatized adults, dysfunctional adults. We'll deal with them also. But the good news is the brain is highly influenced by environment. And you are called to design an environment that people are running to get into instead of running to get out of. So don't discount what your calling is. I hear people all the time, I hear educators all the time use just to describe what they do. Let me be very clear. Next time somebody asks you what you do, I want you to understand what your calling is, okay? Instead of saying, I'm just a this, tell them, I'm a fully charged neuroscientific synaptic connector, and I grow leaders. I challenge you to rise up to the level of your calling. There are people out there right now, there are kids right now, hoping and praying that you rise up to the level of your calling, that you take care of yourself so that you don't burn out. Because your calling is to help them rise up to the level of their calling. You are the most valuable resource in our ecosystem. Any educator who settles for mediocrity in their health, in their relationships, and in their career, you don't understand the magnitude of your mission. Rise up. Increase your social emotional ecstasy and your skills, because there are people out there. Even on your worst day, you are their best hope. Blessings to you. Thank you for all you do. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We need some music or something. Awkward pause. Yeah.
Do you have time for a couple questions?
I have about,
Q&A?
yep, I have about 4 minutes. I'm sorry, I went a little bit long. I was supposed to offer you more time.
Are there any questions from the audience or any online? We can take a look at those too.
Just a quick one. What was the 4 at the door? It was.
Eye contact, smile, greet by name if possible, or greet them in some way, and then have some type of positive interaction. How can I help you? How are you doing today? What are you looking forward to doing this weekend? Anything like that. Good question.
Great. Any other questions?
You had talked about a student at the beginning, or the discipline, and how the kids get choices for the discipline. That struck to my heart. I have a little guy right now who is struggling, and I'm working with him. But you had said the jumping jacks.
Yeah.
Do you ever have kids that pick jumping jacks just because it's easy, and then that's not a constant? I understand it builds the positives, but
Well, what I'm looking at
What do
is
you
it
do?
going to fix the problem? And so if it fixes the problem, then I'm going to let them do it. Sometimes kids will say, can I do push-ups instead of jumping jacks? Okay, yes, you can. But I'm looking for a solution. And so if it solves the problem, then fine, even if it's easy and quick. And but if it doesn't solve the problem, then that's not going to be another option. I will provide a different choice next time. Good question. Yes.
Is there anything else you
Here, I'll give you the microphone if you don't mind. That way our online learners can hear as well.
Would you like to share anything else about your self-care besides your fabulous breakfast?
I am very routine oriented because I grew up in a very chaotic home. And so a friend of mine, she recently told me, I was telling her I'm folding washcloths and putting them in a place, and she said, you know what, that's really funny. When I grew up, we didn't have a washer and dryer in our home, and so we didn't have washcloths. We didn't have a place for washcloths. So if we actually had clean washcloths, they usually stayed in a basket or a bag, and we would just grab them out. But she's like, that's funny that you say that you even have a spot for your washcloths. And if you think about, so many of us did not grow up in a really structured systems efficiency home. And if we grew up in chaos, then we tend to perpetuate that. But chaos causes cortisol. So if you find you're working with kids who are very stressed, what we want to do is we want to establish routines. And we want the basic routines we need to start practicing are those seeds. And so implementing those, teaching those. But I drink the same protein probiotic shake every morning. I exercise 99% of the time. Every morning, even if I'm on the road, I do at least 30 minutes of something. To be honest with you, my mindset says I don't like to exercise. I hate it. But I'm trying to make sure I'm going to trigger positive chemical reactions and take control first thing in the morning. And then you also have to establish boundaries with people who drain you. Okay, I'm going to help you out for a little bit, but if you're not at a point where you're ready to help yourself, I'm going to say, come back to me when you're ready. I love you, but you're not ready yet. Okay, and I'm okay saying that now. And and that's why we have kids in and out of our house all the time who you have kids who grow up, they're so Maslow'd, they're so cared for that they develop no skills. And then they get out into the work world and they're like, I ain't got time for this. They're asking me to do that, and that's beneath me. Oh, okay. Do you want to eat? And then we have kids who don't have their Maslow needs met, that they develop all these street skills, and they get into the workplace and they realize you can't be combative, you can't be fighting, you can't be all that. And so now we have to develop these social emotional self-care skills and develop that. And so I think it's just helping people understand when people are struggling, it's either a social emotional ecstasy, it's a needs issue, or it's a skill issue. And it's as clear as that. And so that helps me to be really effective in my time and my resources. As a coach, when I'm working with an administrator or I'm working with corporate people, I develop 2 masterminds, fully charged educators and fully charged and fierce. And it teaches all your soft skills, all your neuroscience, all your routines, all your strategies. It's a 10-lesson course that's online that you take at your own time, but you get private lifetime membership into my private Facebook communities where I do ongoing live trainings and provide coaching and support. And so people have said, you know what, the most common question I'm asked is, how can I get more training and support in this area? I encourage you, if you don't belong to a mastermind, join one. Self-education is where we're going. And so if you feel like I'm in a situation where I don't have the skills that I need, find a mastermind, find a coach, find a mentor, and it's extremely valuable. Don't try and reinvent the wheel yourself. Thank you guys so much. Blessings to you. Thank you. I have my masterminds. My private Facebook community through my masterminds is the only way that I do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now I'm going to turn over the microphone for a quick moment to Dr. Kelly Albrecht. He is the director of our MAED program, and she's going to.
There are some questions online, so if we have time, we can go through those. How do you suggest working with families and parents that have negative experiences with the school system itself, and what would be the first step in engaging them with forward thinking?
Assessing their Maslow needs, and then teaching Maslow's basic principles, and then also keep in mind, if nobody's ever had a positive experience with the school system, recognize every time they have interaction with you, whether it's in person or online, you're going to increase their cortisol. So you have to be very clear, I'm here to help you, I'm here to support you, I'm here to help your child be successful. I want to build a positive relationship with you, and just clarify that right off the bat. But raise their level of awareness to the Maslow needs, and provide support in those areas that they might be deficient in.
Well, it's very rare that I encounter a speaker that makes you laugh, makes you cry, makes you nod your head the entire time. So I really, really heartfelt appreciated your presentation. So thank you so much. A couple of reminders. We have Dr. Michael Collins here. He is an alumni of our MAED program and our EDD program, and he would be happy to answer any questions you may have about either one of those programs. So thank you for coming, Dr. Collins. You all have an evaluation in your packet. If you please just take some time to fill that out, turn it into myself or another faculty member that is here before you leave. That really, really helps us with improving our efforts with our symposium each time. So we would appreciate that. If you are a school counseling student who is joining us today, can you please stay a bit afterwards? Dr. Tony Brown is here, and you will be meeting with your group. And again, we have our tables outside, so please go ahead and visit them. They are still here to serve you. Our next symposium is May 16th. I invite everyone that's here, and please, anyone online who is within driving distance, please come see our beautiful campus, network with us, interact with us. We've got food, we've got swag, and most of all, a beautiful campus and really people that would love to reach out and meet you. Thank you all so much for coming. It's been a wonderful day.
Can I have a volunteer to pass the mic?
If there's any way, just if you guys can come a little bit closer, that way if there is a mic being passed around, she doesn't have to run up and, run around the whole room. So. But I do want to be Oprah, so if I have to do it, I'll do it. Thank you.
Call, you say what?
Thanks, everybody.
It's working.
So good morning, everyone. I just was indicating that you woke up and you got here. And thank you all for waking up and going online this morning. Really appreciate it. Okay, we're having a situation with the chat being closed, so we're going to see if we can get that back open. Any help with that? No? Yeah. So we're good. Okay, so admin out, counseling in. Can someone type in online and let us know that you're still with us? Oh. Okay, so it says time to find another stream. What do you think? Oh. I know. So it's on our end. Okay. This is me being stressed. Okay. Okay. The question is, how can I get to that many students and let them know if they no longer have access to me? And it looks like the email or the link that was sent to you was technically the admin. So it may be that they just get credit. Are you guys flexible? Because I'm so flexible. There was a time where you guys would stay with me if you guys were in person, and the online students would just simply write a paper. It's too many. Can't read them. Can't keep up. Did you notice the last time I just said, thank you all? I was technically trying to be personable and read everyone. Kathy tried to help me because we take turns on who reads, and we had to make a decision. We made an executive decision we can't read 40 papers and do our day jobs. Kathy's retired. I'm jealous. But I still have a day job. I have 10 years. I am counting down, but I also am an instructor this term. So thank you for being here. So I'm not even going to keep you an hour. I just wanted to check in first to get some reactions regarding the presentation, and next, if I can, help you and answer any questions I can regarding fieldwork or practicum. Okay, so do we have any questions regarding the presentations or comments? Because we want to just talk about how it relates to school counseling. And these admin presentations always relate to school counseling. Sometimes I feel like it relates more to school counseling than ever. So you saw a lot of social emotional learning. As soon as the presentation started, I started to think about, I'm always using my customer service skills. I worked really hard to no longer work at McDonald's, Target, the bank, the credit union, savings and loans. You may be too young to know about savings and loans. So that I can have this cushion job. My school psychology job was supposed to be my cushion job. Did you feel like your job you have now is your cushion job, or your goal to be a school counselor? You think it's going to be your cushion job? Well, I'm going to give you a fair warning. I think you guys are already going, no, it's not. You are the end all, the be all. Everyone's going to come to you for answers, expectations, all their worries, their fears, their stress, and you have to be the calm one. I'm still a little anxious right now, but you can't see it, right? I literally am losing my mind because I'm thinking of all the stressful situations in the background of students saying, I didn't get to participate. I'm not going to get my 5-hour credit. So I'm going to see if I can have someone come to my email and see if we can reply to the students and just indicate, because I just realized I do have a section where I have a previous email that we can reply to all and tell them all is well. You'll get your credit. Yes. Oh, thank you. So you guys can hear us, but you can't email us. Oh, okay. Oh, so maybe I should go to the admin stream, you think? Oh, I thought, because I was actually, my computer was on the counseling stream. So don't worry. Okay, so you guys hang in there, but I will send out an email. Thank you so much. If you could just keep them posted and see if they have any questions or concerns regarding today. So anyway, help me.
Let me hold this mic. You take a drink of water.
That's not my water.
Well, here's one right here.
Thank you.
You know, it's okay. Everything.
This is how I behave every day. There was a situation at my school. I was minding my own business, as I always do, because I was taught that very well. I come from a family of mind your own business. It may be a black thing, I don't know, but you're supposed to mind your business. Anyway, I was minding my business, and I walked out of my office to go to the school office, and there were kids, older kids, because I work in elementary school, running across the street or in the middle of the street next to cars. And I said, well, that's interesting. I wonder what's going on. And then they start banging on the windows of cars. And then it looked like, oh, is this a riot? What's going on? And then the cars drove off. A nice young man, I'm assuming a nice young man, was walking with his backpack from school. And those kids walked over to him and stopped him. And it looked like they were about to rob him, right? Like during daybreak. All of a sudden, police cars come out of nowhere. There's no sirens. And their guns are drawn on these kids. I know for sure 2 kids were at fault, but the one kid that was minding his own business, walking down the street, was in a situation. Do you understand what I mean? Because some kids will end up in a situation and it becomes a part of their life. Wrong place, wrong time. So me not having any fear, don't know why. I walk in traffic across the street and I'm telling the police officers, excuse me, officer. That kid, they looked at me like, get out of here. And I'm going, no. Excuse me, officers. I was persistent, but I was calm because remember, their guns were drawn on these. They were teenagers. They were from the neighboring high school. But I just felt like I needed to support those kids in that manner at that time, or that particular kid. I know the other ones were doing something they weren't supposed to do, but this one kid, he was just walking on his own. So anyway, they told me, thank you, ma'am. I had my badge on. They said, thank you, ma'am. Can you go back across the street? So I walk back across the street. I wait at the corner, and then the principal and vice principal from the neighboring school district or school come running around the corner because that's their students. So they're checking in too. So we do our little consultation. We walk across the street and we wait to be spoken to regarding what's going on. So what happened was those 2 boys were having a situation. They were on drugs this particular day. They were asked to leave by their school site principal. They had come back, said some things, did some things. So technically that principal had called the police on the kids. But what I was grateful for was they let that young man go. And they asked me a couple of times, are you sure he was not with the other 2? I said, no, he was just walking down the street. So imagine that happens all the time with our kids. You're in the wrong place in the wrong time, and now you're a criminal with the other kids. So when we talk about stress, emotion, anxiety, we really have to find a way to slow down and be more patient and listen so that we can help kids. And it's interesting because I'm ADHD. Did you know that? So how was I able to stay calm? I think in those situations, and you ever had CPI training where they talk about stop and think, wait, has everyone taken the course we have for Now I forgot the name of my course. Is it 561? EDSC 561. Anyway, it talks about before you react, get the facts. Because the police didn't, I don't know if they had all the information, but they came in, I mean, like, I've never seen that before. I've seen it on TV, but it's kind of scary. But yet I was going, excuse me. I had a little distance. Excuse me. So anyway, today was a lot about just how we feel in stressful situations and how kids must feel in stressful situations. Coming to school, not having their needs met, and I forgot the order of the Maslow's law of hierarchy of needs, but does it start with food, water? Is it water first, then food? What's the next one? I forgot. Yes, so first you need food, water, then shelter. Is it clothes next? Exercise, and then that mental part is the final thing. And that's what happens for a lot of our kids, at least in the district I work in. And sometimes I was driving here and listening to the presentation. She described it doesn't always mean that parents in lower income cannot provide support and nurturing to their families. It's everyone that needs to do that. Because sometimes if we're higher income, sometimes we have a nanny or extra support somewhere. But kids need our love and our attention. So I've talked enough. Your turn. Caller, you say what? Has anyone asked any questions online? Thank you so much. Does anyone have any reactions to the presentation this morning? She did so well. I think she covered everything. So, yes.
Is this something that is recorded and stored that we can later like rewatch, or?
I'm not sure, and I know one of the students had asked that question, so I'm looking over at ITS right now. Someone had asked about PowerPoint, not PowerPoint, the presentation in general, if we would have access. Have you heard anything? Is that a possibility? Awesome. The PowerPoints. Okay, so the stream is archived, so you'll have access to it, so you can play it again, which means you do have access to the PowerPoints. You just have to watch the whole entire presentation. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Anyone else have any questions or reactions, or how you can apply this to your practicum or field work when you return to your schools on Monday? Is that a holiday? We're good. Okay. Yes.
I appreciated her talk on, just her moment when she was talking about the adverse childhood experience. I think that's just a big eye-opener for us as counselors, or when we become counselors, because that's something that we definitely have to look into and to investigate and to talk about and to kind of see if that's what's kind of drawing them and causing them to act out or to struggle in school.
So that's quite often we kind of assume parents take care of their children as well as we take care of our children or loved ones. And sometimes kids are struggling with adverse situations at home or just life in general. We think that everyone has food, housing, and clothing like we just talked about. And some kids, a lot of our kids are homeless and don't have an address. Don't know if they have food, but they have food during the day at our school site. But then what happens in the evening? So we're wanting them to learn, and they just need their basic needs met. I know you had a question.
No, I was just going to add to Elson, the same kind of area of seeing what needs are not met, kind of hit home because last week we had a student that those needs were not being met, and the parent just thought that she was acting out as behavioral issues rather than there was something that was actually going on that was a lot deeper than that. So that was just really relevant and useful information that kind of it drove it home, and I kind of was reliving through the scenario of it.
I wanted to say that in this profession, we're giving, always giving to the kids, but it was nice to hear that we also need to recharge. And I like the tips she gave for us, because we also need to sleep more and take care of ourselves before we can take care of others.
Okay, I did have a question actually. When she was talking about how it's not all about the kids, I found it a bit challenging to think through, since as school counselors we are advocating for our students and they are kind of our focus in that. So I'm kind of wrestling with that.
Yeah, when she said that, it kind of just triggered me as well, because as teachers, as counselors, I think the whole thing is it is about kids, but I think with her speaking, I think it's talking about the admin, and so you also have to recognize that as an admin, you are worried about the kids, you are addressing all their needs, but then you also have your school staff, you have all the other people that you have to think about, and that's what I think she was referring to.
I think even as a counselor though, because the teachers are going to reach out to us in that role, it's making sure that we are paying attention to what the teacher is saying and how they're explaining the difficulties or the struggles that they may be having with the student. Because it could be, I'm taking diverse populations right now, counseling diverse populations, and we've been talking about cultures. And it's remembering that not only do we have our cultures, we've got our beliefs, we've got our values, but the teachers do as well. And it's sometimes we need to help the teachers also understand where the student may be coming from. So then it's a teaching moment for them as well, and us being able to help them in their development, because they're not always going to be working with the same students and they're going to be meeting different challenges. So yeah, we can advocate for our students all the time, but at some point we'll need to advocate for those teachers too, so that they understand where the student's coming from, and then in turn we're helping those students and we're there for the students, because we're creating that trickle effect coming down. And if we're not working for the top, then it's going to be harder to work from the bottom up.
Thank you so much, because sometimes the teachers don't understand how that is really going to impact their learning. And teachers are taskmasters. Who's been a teacher? Things have to happen. You must get through this curriculum at this particular time. And we have all those checks and balances. Oh, sorry, I feel like my nose is running. We have all those checks and balances of making sure that students are assessed every trimester, that we're meeting our goals, right? So it's hard when you have students with behavior challenges or emotional situations that kind of stops you from teaching. Yes, it does impede learning, but in order to support students, you may sometimes have to stop for a little bit. I recently had a student we just learned that has a traumatic brain injury and has anxiety. I didn't know about the 504 plan. Sometimes we change schools, we don't get all the information. And the mother was very nice, just said, I think our 504 is coming up. And I said, thank you. Can you give me a minute? I'm going to call you right back, because I had to run to the office to look in the queue, and there it was. And so the teacher wanted to be proactive and talk to the young lady and use language I didn't want the teacher to use. So she just went right into, oh, Dr. Brown, you're nearby. I just was talking to her about her 504 and letting her know I just learned about her anxiety and how she's doing and yada yada. This little girl had not mentioned any stressors, any needs, or any problems. And just within that 2 hours left of school, she wanted to talk to the teacher a couple of times and tell her she feels different because now she knows about this. And it just would have been better if we did it in our meeting that I've scheduled for next week, but I didn't know. Sometimes we don't know what people are going to say, and as school counselors, we want to prepare and support our teachers. Every student has a different reaction, but I really wish I'd known I was running to that, because I would have told her, we don't walk around telling kids, I know you're ADHD, I know you're opposition defiant disorder, I know you got conduct disorder, I know you got cancer. You know, there's a lot of things going on in the 504. We just don't do that, and I have something to do on Monday. Yeah. anyone respond? I was able to send an email seeing that you guys are still online, and I appreciate you being here. I just can't see the chat room anymore, so I was just wanted to know if you wanted to respond to me via email with any questions. You don't see any? Oh, thank you so much. Oh, okay, so there's a little delay. Oh, thank you for refreshing. Okay, thank you so much. That's from Brianna. Thank you so much, Brianna. I appreciate your feedback. I'm gonna go and look at my notes, and I took very copious notes, which means I didn't. Anytime I admit I'm doing something, it means it didn't happen. I did some quick, easy notes because I was trying to stay with you guys in the chat room and listen, talk about multitasking. Okay, you guys remember when she talked a little bit about suicide? We assume so much, and we don't give them a chance to share what's really going on. She talked about choices. We all want choice. You guys had a choice this morning. You can come here and see my smiling face, or you can sit at home and see my smiling face, and I appreciate you being here. But that was a choice. Isn't that a wonderful option? Because there's some distance for some of us to get here. So there was a choice there, and you guys have an opportunity to receive your 5 hours on your log. So if there's not any more questions, let's see here. We talked about the seeds. Social emotional ecstasy, we talked about that. The 12-hour fasting, organic foods, I'm just reading through everything. Half of your body weight regarding drinking water. Talked about mentor and mentee. You have a site supervisor, correct? And you have a university supervisor. That's great opportunities to really prepare for your profession in school counseling, to really take that time, and your university supervisors are charting out an hour each week for you to participate, jumping in online, answer questions for you. Anyone want to share about their experience doing their practicum or fieldwork hours? Their experience, positive or negative, or goals? Anyone excited about doing their hours and becoming a school counselor? I used to be so happy to be in school, like a little kid. I used to be so happy to tell people, I'm in school, I'm going to school. And I think that's why I love working at a school. And I was so excited to have this opportunity to work for the Concordia University, because again, this is home. Do you guys feel at home when you're at the school site? Even though you didn't attend that school, doesn't it feel home? Great. So if I don't have any additional questions, okay, we're checking one more time. Okay, so we have a comment from Ruby about, I agree, however, I feel that the main concept is that we cannot help a student without helping the family as a whole. That's correct. We do a lot of support with wraparound programs where we make sure the outside agencies are aware of what we're doing with regard to supporting the students. And if they're receiving outside counseling, we make sure our school counselor or any psych services that I support, that we're all on the same page. We do that when we're working, and this is outside, but when we're working with our autistic population, we make sure we're working on that same skill so that we're not counteracting what the goal is for the home program. We want to make sure it kind of matches what we're doing in a school setting. So the same thing with our students. Sometimes we find out, or we're not aware that our student is receiving outside counseling, and once we are aware, we sign what? Release of records, so that we can find out what's going on with regards with the problem or the diagnosis, or diagnoses, it could be multiple, and how they're supporting that need, and how we can do that at school. And because a lot of kids have a plan of, if this happens, this is what I'm going to do. I know at home I can tell my mother, like a thumbs down, I'm not doing well, I need a break. We can do the same thing in the classroom. Allow a student to take a break. They can go see the school counselor, or come see me, or go see the principal. There's kids with so many needs that we didn't know so much I graduated from high school in 87, so I'm like a 70, 80 baby, if that makes sense. And I just feel like things happen to me, things happen to my classmates. I mean, I had a little nephew pass away. I stayed home for a day or two, went to the funeral, went back to school, didn't tell anyone. Does that make sense? We didn't know that we can share. So I'm so excited about social emotional learning because back in the day, she mentioned a little bit about the shaming of the pencil, not having a pencil. Sometimes your pencil broke. Sometimes you need to sharpen your pencil and things like that. And when I went to school, and I did private school, which is Catholic school, and public school, and it's very interesting because I don't know if you guys knew this, there was corporal punishment when I was in school. It was a SWAT or suspension. I never got anything, so I was a good girl. Yeah, I talked too much, but talking too much, I didn't fight or anything. And those were the options. I'm so excited that students now have choices. Remember she was talking about misdemeanors and felonies and things like that, about her friend who was a judge. Something she was mentioning that I was driving still. So we can do better, because when you know better, you do better. What you need to do is stay here with me. We're almost done. Appreciate that question, Daryl. And basically what's going to happen is we're going to have the list of all the students that interacted in the comments section. And we have a check-in list for the students that are present. And we're going to let your university supervisor know that you were present for the symposium. And I'm here. If you're here and you have your log, I can check off or sign off rather, or you can have your university supervisor when you get back do it online or in person if you have a blended program, and have them sign off. Yes. Any more? Let's see. Maybe Erica had a question. Do you see that? Let's see if we can show that. Okay, so Erica has a comment. I'm really excited to be starting my fieldwork hours at the high school level in April, and I'm looking forward to supporting the students with the information I've learned so far in the master's program. This symposium was very interesting, and I was able to get a lot of takeaway information. Thank you. You're welcome, Erica, and thank you so much for sharing. Appreciate that. Oh, there's another one. Brianna has oh, I love this. Look at us. We are flexible, we are problem solving, and we are not stressed. Look at this. Cool as a cucumber. Awesome. Yes, a wonderful speaker, the opportunity and everything that has been shared. People are commenting on how much information we can bring back to job sites, practicum, and field work. Thank you so much, Brianna, for sharing that. Appreciate your feedback. And then tomorrow, don't forget, there's Super Bowl Sunday. Like I said, my Titans are out, but I'm rooting for the 49ers because we're in California. But if you're rooting for Kansas City, I'm rooting for you too. I don't know how that works. I'm sorry. Hey, let's do a belly laugh before we leave. What time is it? How are we doing with time? We have a little bit more time, but let's do a little belly laugh. I think we were so serious today. You guys are so quiet here. Let's do that again. Ready? Sometimes you have to laugh. You ever get so stressed you laugh instead of crying? I've done that. I'm just going to go for the laugh because I don't want to embarrass myself by crying. This microphone is so heavy. I'm tired. I'm not tired from talking. I'm tired from holding this microphone. Did she hold the microphone the whole time, or did she have a... Oh, God bless her. Whew. Okay, I'm just checking to see if there's any more feedback. I'm going to go back and see if I have any extra notes. And if not, I'm going to let everyone start their weekend. Okay, so I don't see any more comments. Anyone else have any more feedback or something to share? Oh, great. No, you're good.
Curiosity, since like I know the four of us, we are in online together, but just to, like where people are in their programs.
Oh, sure.
Or
Okay. So people in the room, do you guys want to share a little bit where you are in your program? So there's practicum students. That means you will be in section A, B, C, or D. And then there's fieldwork, and you can say if you're in fieldwork 1 or fieldwork 2. So who's in practicum A, B, C, or D? Awesome. How do you like the program so far? It's good, right? And you're enjoying your practicum because you're getting your feet wet and get to see how the job can be. And it's, at the high school. Totally different. I don't think I have any comebacks for high school students. I think that's why I remain in the elementary setting. I'm afraid that's where my fear would really be. Those kids are good. You know, you say one thing, they have the best comeback. You go, oh, that makes sense. Never mind, no homework for you. Did you have a comment about your practicum?
I've been enjoying the practicum. Just everyone at my school, I work at a middle school, everyone's been so gracious, letting me come into their meetings and inviting me here and there, and it's been really good so far.
Gets better, right, guys? Ooh, good for you. You are in. Okay, so fieldwork 1. Look at you guys. Who wants to comment on how it? Okay, so you had to get the MOU. I'm sorry, you had to find a place. And then you had to find a university supervisor and then get that MOU going. How was that experience?
The MOU wasn't too bad because somehow the district I'm in, they already had one set up with previous Concordia students, so it made it a little bit easier. It was already approved. And thankfully I knew people in the district that were able to connect me with a counselor, but it's been really great so far.
Yeah, we made it so that you were really prepared in the fieldwork steps and practicum so you can launch right into fieldwork and get started. Who else wants to share about that experience? It was a good experience, right? Highly recommend it. Okay, so now that you're in fieldwork, it's different from practicum because now they're letting you do things like talk to kids. Okay. Elementary, how is that talking to a first grader about why they hit Bobby? Who's had that experience? Remember she talked about the maturity level? You want to share anything?
Yeah, so I do field work at a K through 12 right now, and so it's interesting to see the different levels and how to connect with each of these kids. So at the elementary level right now, it's very basic. We try to use more hands-on, like maybe games and stuff. I've had kids just say, can we stop talking, right? And they just want to play the game. And then I think at high school, they're really mature. You can just have that one-on-one, face-to-face conversation. The middle school is a little bit more tricky. A lot of times we like to use like putty or something that can kind of distract them when they're talking to you, but they are starting to mature at that level.
It's just so funny. The first time I had to figure out what happened, and I said, well, you write it down. They were first grade. They couldn't write it down because I was like, I can't remember all this. So yeah, I had to write it down. You ever see that where you tell the kids when they're older and they can write down what happened, because we wanted all the stories. We wanted their statements because there's, how does it go? Your story, the other story, and the truth, and somewhere in the middle. Yeah, I'm good with quoting people. Did you want to share about your experience? I was just walking up and then I just ran right into you, so here you go.
I'm currently doing my practicum, so for me it's been really easy because I work at the site already. So I've been there. This is my 5th year at that same middle school, and it was very easy for me kind of melding in. The biggest struggle that I've had is to go from having a conversation from a disciplinary perspective as opposed to a counseling perspective. Even though I already did a lot of that with my students before, now it's pretty much starting to cut the cord on I'm here to provide a consequence ultimately to let's have a conversation about what's happening, what may be going on. So a lot of what I do in my capacity, in my role after school, is a lot of the disciplinary, the clerical, the phone calls home with parents, as opposed to now flipping the switch to where it's a different level of confidentiality with the students.
Getting them to trust you.
and that takes some time. So we had practicum, fieldwork 1, and the pros, fieldwork 2. Where's fieldwork 2? Oh, here we are. We have our expert in here, Brenda.
Hi. So field work 2, and I have like maybe 20 more hours to do of my 600. Yeah, I can see the end of the line. So I'm a kindergarten teacher, so I deal with the non-writing all day long and the talking. So I did most of my field work hours at elementary at my school. And then I also did my upper hours at a continuation high school during the summer. So it was their summer school program, which was 5 weeks, and it was really, it's a credit recovery high school, so they are very intensely doing their own programs independently, but obviously have those issues of why they can't, handle a regular high school, why they got behind. So it was really interesting to talk to all those kids during the summer, kind of make goals, like, are you going to get through this class so you can get those credits? And I've been going back now that school started again, and just checking in with the kids that I worked with over the summer, and it's nice seeing them complete their classes and getting that much closer to graduation, and talking to them about what are they doing after they graduate. And so, yeah, so I'm almost done there.
Thank you so much, expert Brenda. You see how that's going to look? You see how you're going to feel? Brenda's happy. Okay, so I refreshed my screen, and Ruby said, I'm so excited for my fieldwork hours. I definitely feel like at home when I'm doing my observations, I know, smiley face, I know I'm definitely on the right field. Brianna said, can you ask the fieldwork people how they have balanced work and fieldwork hours? Good question. So we're going back to Brenda because she's the expert.
Well, at my own site, I had to work on my prep time. I had to work on my lunch time, so I did a lot of SEL lessons, and it worked out because my kids were at lunch, and then the upper grade, 4th and 5th, were in class. So I would go and teach SEL lessons, and then again, the high school was during the summer, so that really, really worked out. And there was a counselor there, and to be my site mentor. So it worked out during summer school to get in those upper hours, because otherwise I wouldn't have been able to do it. And I've taken a lot of days off to do meetings and SSTs and visit other schools too. So it's worked. It's been difficult. It has, but it's doable.
I love that. Mm-hmm. It's doable. You see that positive attitude, which you guys all have a positive attitude. You decided to go back to school to get this master's degree. You said, I'm going to do this. And then you met me and said, oh, I can do it, right? Just kidding. Just kidding. But thank you so much, Brenda. I appreciate that. I'm checking back in. So I hope that helped Brianna, and I hope that helped for others who are still figuring out the challenge that's going to come from doing your hours. And do you want to share anything as a practicum supervisor, Debbie?
It is a calling, I like what she said at the end, that it's definitely a calling, and sometimes we can lose sight of that. So I just thought that was very powerful, because when she showed the picture about herself, I was reflecting on a student I had many years ago, and it made me wonder, I wonder where she is today, and just what you just shared about that kid crossing the street. Providentially, God had you there, and look at the difference you made. So never lose sight of the fact that God is calling you to this, and He's going to give you what you need to do it. So
Thank you. And don't forget, you can be stressed, calm. I just made that up. I was stressed calm earlier. I want to thank you for participating in person. Thank you so much. And I want to thank the online students for your patience. There is a P when I could say patience, but you guys know my button is just gone as I was typing all day. I appreciate that we found each other online with the opportunity to just be flexible, because that's what your job's going to be about. Be flexible. How many times some people need your office, or people share your office and it's really an office made for one, and they squeeze 2 more desks in there? How do they do it? I don't know.
but you have to be flexible. I always say the next year it always gets better. My whole entire career as a school psychologist, I've always found that it gets better the next year, and that's what I've shared with my colleagues. It'll get better. It'll get better. So it's going to get better. Tomorrow we're going to wake up, watch some football, cheer that everyone's safe, right? No injuries. Someone's going to win, someone's going to lose. But what do we say for our autistic population? Oh, well, it's okay. Maybe next time. Anyway, God bless. You guys have a wonderful weekend. We're going to end right here. You will get your 5 hours. So again, your university supervisors can sign off online. And if you guys are here in the room with your logs, I'll sign off too. Thank you, and God bless.